What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Miss Azriel's Gaming. So we are jumping back into Best Served Cold, and we're getting into episode 1 case. Is it Elena? I think her name is Elena. I feel like it's been so long since I played. But she was in case 0, and at the beginning of case 1, she was murdered. At least I'm assuming she was murdered, and more than likely was poisoned. Because it did show them like in a coffee shop, and she and Maria were playing chess, and Killian was there, and I think Lucy was there, and they were all playing together. Actually, her name might not have been Lucy. I think it was Wendy. Was it Wendy? I think it was Wendy. I don't know. I'm bad with names unless I see them like for at least a little while. But they were like all there and playing chess and stuff. And Elena died. So I'm assuming that's what this case is going to be about. We're going to have to get into it. Now, also, Hugo. Ugh. Hugo. How could you do this to me? Put me in jail after I solved the case. That it was Elliot who had murdered the woman from the first episode. I can't think of her name right now. But had murdered her. And then Hugo put us in jail. And I'm assuming, I think it was like maybe a year or two after, I'm assuming we've gotten out, we're working back at the bar again. But, we're just going to jump in and see what happens next. Okay, so Vincent Fleur says, an hour before opening, Vincent Fleur descends the stairs and enters the speakeasy under the bookstore. He sits down in front of you, the big smile, his eyes twinkling with mischief. The grand opening of the nightcap. I haven't felt this excited since, well, not for a while. Isn't it risky to reopen? Let's make this a success. Look, isn't it risky? Certainly not. Police have clamped down on nearly every speakeasy on the boulevard in the last year. With the illusion of certainty comes complacency. A firm belief that all establishments have been closed makes funding continuous efforts to try and find new ones rudiment. Consider it reversed psychology. Surely nobody would attempt to open an illegal establishment in the same place twice. That way of thinking is exactly why here and now poses the least risk. What would happen if we do get caught? Look, what's going to happen if we get caught? The constabulary are no longer trying to send a message. At worst, we might get a fine, but with business booming, it wouldn't set us back more than a month of profits. When I was hiring, I made sure to find an honest, professional bartender who needed the work. I picked you for this risky venture because I needed someone with a sense of adventure and a clean record. My record is clean because I haven't been caught. With the current cost of living, I had to be adventurous. Like, my record's clean because I haven't been caught. Oh, they got us some affiliation with him. Affection. I say affiliation all the time. Do we have to start over with our affection? I'm a little bummed out about that. Yes, the sparkling audacity is precisely what I was looking for in a bartender. Now, might you be good enough to make me a drink? What do you fancy? Please show me why I hired you and surprise me. I'll leave it to you. Now might you be good enough to make me a drink? Okay, so we do know what his favorite is. You find a clean glass and place on the table. Vincent perks up. Can I tempt you, Vincent? Absolutely. Make it something classic. So he does like the Eastern Ruby. That's the purest nectar. Perfection. Now then, I have a dinner party to attend. Make sure to stay kind, professional, and consistent with the quality of the drinks. Enjoy your evening, Vincent. Oh, we got some new people already. It says, well-dressed lady. A tall, dark-haired woman sits at the bar deliberately. Her smile is gentle, but her gaze is focused. What a fascinating place. You really managed to capture the atmosphere of old Berkavy. Classy, but informal. Thank you. I ran my own bar for years before the politicians decided to pass this damn prohibition bill. For a while, the frustration lingers on her face, and she lets out a sigh and continues to speak. Being here, it brings back memories, both happy and sad. My name's Sandra. Might I ask, how long has this place been here? I opened it up today, actually. Oh, congratulations. Is it your first time running a bar? More or less, I've never been in charge before. No, although the Spire Lounge was a very different experience. Let's go with that one. I see. In that case, would you care for some advice from someone with a bit more experience? Sure, I'd love to learn more. I think sure. Let me get a good measure of you first, see what I'm working with. Even before the prohibition, part of the job was learning to work with what you have. Liquor supplies wax and wane, and you won't always have every ingredient in stock. But there's always a way to get new booze if you know the right people, right? Right. A bartender's goal is to learn the favorite flavors of their customer and use what they have available to meet their demands. I see. I mean, lady, I think I already know this. I'm just saying. Now let's see if you can impress me. What kind of flavor do you fancy? Telling you that would ruin the challenge. Let's just say you'll need absolute perfection to gain my approval. Now let's see if you can impress. Oh, great. I mean, that's not helpful. You place a glass on the counter. Let's see if I can impress a veteran. Show me what you can do, rookie. Impress. Okay, so we do have some new ones. We have Liberty, Orange Daisy, Ambush, One Night Stand, Perfect Storm, Wake Up Call. That's an old one. Royal Flush, Royal Flush, and then the Eastern Ruby. Oh, something to impress. Maybe the Perfect Storm? I mean, maybe I'm supposed to impress with a one-night stand. Oh, man, I'm not sure. Something to impress. It's probably one of the new ones. I feel like that would be too much because the alcohol content is massive in that. Let's try the one night stand. A solid use of ingredients and adequately mixed. Good, but not perfect. If you can make sure to keep your quality consistent and your customers happy, there's a bright future ahead for this place. I'll do my best. Now, you can show me your small talk skills for a bit if you'd like, although by the looks of it, I'm already confident this place is in the right hands. Okay, I'm always up for some small talk. Let's talk, bartender. Okay, are you in with anyone tonight? Got any more advice? Okay, so it looks like we're going to get to ask all these because we do have an exit. So, are you in with anyone tonight? I don't have many friends here these days. You know how it is. You change jobs or you're out of town for a while and you just lose touch with one another. Any friends in Brookavy? Well, there was one guy I thought I could count on for a time. Maybe I still can, but I'm worried he'll let me down just like the others. I'm sure you still can. It's hard to trust anyone these days. Look, lady, let me... You know, my dear, sweet Hugo, he just, surprised me with that when he arrested me. You know what? It's hard to trust anyone these days. You might be right. I feel a bit restless in Brookavy nowadays. I always thought I had friends here, but I'm not so sure anymore. There's still good people here. Maybe a couple. Goddess, you might be one of them. You're a good talker, you know? Relaxed. I get the feeling that if bad stuff is going down, your nose is clean. I don't know about that. My nose? Yeah, I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that maybe you're all right. But everyone else, the dogs, the bogey dames, the rich nouveau or otherwise, nah. They're only masquerading as decent people. They might become your new customers, but they are not your friends. Don't forget that. And if you can, do the thing every smart Brookavite does before long. What's that? Leave. Get out of this damn city before you get too attached to it, like me. I'll keep that in mind. Let's talk, bartender. Okay, got any more advice? Oh, you want more tips? Do you think I'm some sort of wise teacher here to inspire the next generation? I don't think I'd make for a very good guide. Next generation? You're not that much older than me. I don't need it. Look, you're not that much older than me. I guess not. I sure feel pretty old these days. All right, I guess I could teach you a thing or two, if you answer some of my questions first. What questions? Just a few I'm curious about, really. I've only ever run legitimate bars. I want to know how you will choose to run your speakeasy. Are you the kind of bartender who thinks the drinks are the most important part of the speakeasy, or is it all about the conversation? Bars are for drinking. Look, bars are for making friends. I see. Personally, I think the drinks are pretty important, but I admit you're a good conversationalist. You probably make friends easily, I always like to get a read on people's priorities, but I'm also curious about their values. Do you trust figures of authority, like politicians or the police, or are you more of an anarchist? I believe in rules. I do what I believe is right. Realistically, I'm one of those people that I believe there are rules for a reason, and you should follow them. But sometimes I do get why you would bend the rules here and there, but I'm going to go with I believe in rules. Is that so? A peculiar stance for someone running an illegal speakeasy, but at least you're honest about it. So those are your values. But what about your future? What are your plans for this place? Do you intend to make the speakeasy your home, or is it only a springboard to some greater purpose? I want to make something out of this place. This place is just stepping. Look, I want to, make something out of this place. You really mean that, don't you? I figure you might be making a mistake, but I wish you the best of luck. I hope it works out for you. Now then, I promised you some more bartending advice, didn't I? Yes. Then I have 3 more tips for you. All really simple, but something many bartenders tend to forget. 1, make the customers the drink they ask for. 2, when they ask you a question, it's not always the truth they really want. And 3, when you struggle to get a read on someone, consider their actions, not just their words. Got it. I've got it from here. This may very well be the last speakeasy in Brookavy, making you the last representative of our craft. Really? Really. And I don't think it'll be changing anytime soon either. I sure don't plan on getting behind a bar right now. I'm keeping my head down until this prohibition blows over and I can get my old bar back. Good luck. You probably won't see me around too often, but it seems this place is in good hands. You'll be just fine. I'll see you later, kid. With a last wink, Sandra downs the rest of her drink, rises from the bar stool, and walks back up the basement stairs, disappearing into the night. Alright, so we got 2 people over here. I think they're the only ones in the bar. So let's start with the big boy over here. A large, bushy-bearded man sits at the counter. He takes a long look at the row of alcohol behind you with an inquisitive eye. Good evening. Can I get you a drink? Anything you fancy? Simple and strong, please. You find a glass and place it in front of you on the counter. Can I fix you something? Aye, cheers. Okay, so something strong. Let's try the night count. Because we don't really know his taste just yet. He didn't give us really a lot of clues. Very nice. Thanks, pal. Name's Bjorn. I work in a factory a few districts over. Nice to meet you, Bjorn. What brings you here? Lucas invited me. He's the well-dressed lad with short black hair and round glasses. Are you local? Yes, I moved to Berkevie a few years ago for work. What sort of work? Metalworking. Used to build ships in Scotia. Now I work metal for industrial machines. Heavy stuff like farming equipment and infrastructure. How are you liking the city? Expensive and unfriendly, or maybe I'm just bad at making friends. Secret speakeasies and sneaking around the shadows isn't really for me, but Lucas asked nicely. Speaking of Lucas, I should find him. Thank you for the drink. My pleasure. So I'm thinking we might actually be a new bartender from the way the conversation went with Vincent and the fact that the woman was telling us how to do a bar. So whoever we were in the beginning, they must still be in jail. A man with dark hair talks with his tall friend before approaching the bar and sitting down. Good evening. Hello, I'd love a drink now. Any preferences? I'm quite fond of coffee. It's a wonderful beverage. Perhaps you could work it in somehow. Okay, well, that's easy. You find a glass and place it on the counter. I'll mix up something nice. I'm not as refined as I look. Don't worry about perfection. Just make it strong and colorful. Okay, so he likes coffee. We do have the ambush. That's got coffee in it. And the wake-up call. But he did say he likes it colorful. And the ambush, just from the picture, looks a little more colorful than this does. I don't see any other ones. So let's do the ambush. Or I like how it's like daggers. That's pretty cool. I mean, that looks delicious. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not even a big coffee person, but I think I would like that. Interesting flavor. Change is good sometimes. Thank you. I'm Lucas. I was invited by Vincent. He's a family friend. He said friends were coming. He said to me, I confess I don't go out often. I work so much. Though I enjoy a dinner party now and then. This place is a little rough around the edges for me. Wait. Is this guy Vincent? Or somebody else Vincent? Because I don't remember what his name was, and I thought he said this guy invited him. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little confused. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like it a lot. There's so much life and energy here. I'm just adjusting to it slowly. I've also brought a +1 with me. Okay, yeah, I thought I was going to say his name's not Vincent. It's Bjorn. That's what I was just thinking. So, whoever... Oh, Vincent is... Oh, my goodness. It has been so long since I played this game. I feel like an idiot. Vincent's the guy that owns the bookstore. How did I forget that? It's been so long. It's been a couple weeks since I played this game, because like I did with the last one, I play it with over a couple days, and then, you know, like, I move on, and I play some other games and stuff like that, and then I jump back into things like this. And I've forgotten. It's not like I've just sat here and just played this game, and this is all I've done. I have completely forgotten the characters. Except for Hugo. I will never forget Hugo, because he betrayed me. I cannot believe that. I trusted him. I loved him so much, and he betrayed me. I can't. I'll never forget him. If he orders anything, let me know, and I'll pay. All right. That's kind of you. All right, we got affection. I brought him here, so it's only fair, right? Thanks for the drink. I love the look of the bar. Very rustic. I'm not a big drinker, but it's making me nostalgic for, well, pre-prohibition, I guess. Really? Yes, I think so. I'll go join my friend now. If I don't see you again tonight, have a great evening. Have a good one. He's really friendly. I like him. See if we can get anything else out of him. Good evening. Evening. What a place. Not sure where to start. Okay, so what sort of drinks do you like, Bjorn? Something simple and strong, please. Okay, I'll see. So he just likes simple, strong. He's, you know, probably a whiskey neat type of guy. Let's go. You're close with Lucas? I'd like to be. What's stopping you? He's a fine fellow, a gentleman. We know each other a little. And Well, I like him a great deal. We're not close friends, though I would like that, but I like him as more than a friend, you see. How did you meet? Upstairs, actually. I'm not much of a reader, but I needed an ornithology book to help me identify species of robin. He was nearby reading about coffee beans, I believe. I think neither of us are accustomed to talking with strangers, but we both made a go of it. I hope he realizes I want a deeper relationship than casual book chats. Maybe tell him. Are you sure he feels the same? I mean, look, just tell him. Like, what's the worst? He's just gonna say, look, I'm not interested. You're not my type. I mean, like, what's the worst that could happen? I feel like put all my cards on the table, but I also wonder why he's interested in me at all. As a friend, a companion, or anything else. Perhaps he has a business reason. Could you help his business? I don't think so. No. I suppose I just need to talk to him more openly. I think so. What a place. Not sure where to start. Okay, so, how's your family, Bjorn? Doing their best. I send money home and it helps. My brothers spend it on their vices, and my mother spends her share on food for all of them. And your father? My da lives at the bottom of the Albion Sea. What happened? I'm sorry about that. He died doing what he loved. Being a drunken, dafty on a big boat. Thing is, 9 times out of 10, if there was an accident, it was his fault. Not this time, though. What happened? Friendly fire from an Albion frigate during the Europa War. Big hole in the fore. The ship sunk like a straw into a drink. Straight down. Sorry. Better people have died worse. My 3 brothers all should have learned a lesson from Da's death, but they won't. You don't get on? I try. 3 brothers, 3 problems. Astrom, Caleb, and Dambo. That's them in order of crisis. Let's start with Astrom's problem. I've had enough problems with my own family. Like, I don't need to hear about yours. Look, let's start with Astrom's problem. The fighter. He can't go into a pub, those are still open in Scotia, without chinning someone. That means hitting them in the face. Why is he violent? He's the youngest, and I think deep down he's scared he'll be conscripted, but he would never admit that, so he's out there every night with something to prove. He's picking fights to prove he's the big man, and me and my brothers are all big men. But violence doesn't make you the big man, it makes you a bully. How about your other brother, Caleb? The drinker. Plenty of those in Scotia. He's making his own moonshine now. Considering where I am right now, maybe I'm not one to talk, but I think if you're brewing moonshine out of bitter berries, you should sell some of it. Especially when you're drinking so much every night you can't see. Hey, maybe he should sell it to us. Might be a good business venture. And Dambo? The lad chases anything in a skirt, and I'm fine with that, but he has to be straight with them. Every Friday night, some scandalized father or angry husband turns up at my ma's door. Then, when the noise wakes Astrom, he runs downstairs and there's a Barney. A wee man gets thumped, and my brothers have ruined some poor soul's night. Can you have a word with them? My mother asked me to step in. I could even have one of them come through and stay with me in Brookavy. Set them straight. Only got space for one, though. Problem is, I don't know which one. They all look up to me, and I feel like I could keep them on the straight and narrow when I was back there. But here, that's rough. Hey, can I put you on the spot there? On the spot here? You've been a real good listener tonight. Can I ask your opinion? Sure. Astrom, Caleb, Dambo. The fighter, the drinker, and the philanderer. Which one can I help? Which vice can be cured? Violence, drinking, or heartbreaking? Oh my god. First of all, you can't cure any of those unless somebody's willing to cure it. The easiest ones might be the fighting or the heartbreaking? I don't know. Astrom is just afraid. Help him. Caleb can dry out here with the prohibition. Dambo can find a good woman in Brookavy and settle down. This isn't my choice to make. I'm wondering if we get to see the character. I'm really curious. But we might not. I feel like the brother who's sleeping around might need to be brought out of there. Because he's probably going to get killed. I'm just saying. But the brother that fights as well. I'm going to go with Dambo. Dambo can find a good woman in Brookavy and settle down. There's some fine women in the city. I mean, I'm one of them. And less angry fathers with shotguns. Maybe Dambo then. I'll think on it. Okay, did you see the news about the peace talks today? Are you joking? Huh? There is no chance of peace now. Treaties between Alanza and the Ruskal Satellite states means they're unifying to clear a way for invasion through the Eastern Peninsula. That's bad. How do you not know this? How do all of you in Brookhaven not know this? I keep trying to talk to Cesarian people about what's happening in the world, and they look back at me like I'm reading them a story from a fiction novel. We don't want to think about it. You're right, we need to face the realities of war. I understand that the war is frightening, but it is going to happen. We're running out of time, but everyone in Tessara wants to pretend this party can go on forever. I've had enough of war talk. Why are you so sure it's coming? In my last job, I worked on these long reinforced barrels for Earthshaker cannons. These things have had to have striations that were 3 whole inches long to stabilize the munitions. That's because the shells carried a payload. The engineers dreamed it up last month, and they call it Promian Flame. It costs 800 brass per ounce to produce, and it burns human flesh down to the bone. You don't make something like that expensive and that cruel unless you plan to use it. The weapons of the last Pan-Nation war made 1 million widows. The weapons of the next war won't leave anyone to grieve. Is it that bleak? Look, I don't think it's completely hopeless. There might be a way we all come out of the other end of this thing, but we all need to start behaving like our time is limited and precious, because it is. And even if you think the war doesn't affect you, this mad grain rationing is goodness, I cannot read. Rationing is infectual, and it stopped all alcohol production. We can only hope the world sees sense and soon. I better hit the tracks. I need a solid 8 hours before shift. Wow, okay. I mean, that went south. Hello. Evening. Business looks like it's going to be well enough. Now, what looks good tonight? Okay, what sort of drinks do you like, Lucas? Quite fond of coffee. It's a wonderful beverage. Perhaps you could work it in somehow. Okay, so nothing new there. How are you and Bjorn getting on? I've tied myself in knots trying to figure him out. I think I need a drink before I talk about this. Business looks like it's going to be well enough now. Yeah, so I can't give him another drink. And that one didn't do any good. So we have to get him a little more drink in him. You work at the Boulevard too, right? Yes, the International Business Office of the Grand Central Bank. How's business? Good, for now. I've been promoted a few times, and if I keep working hard, I may make assistant manager next year. Your job sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. Thank you. Few would agree, but it's steady and pays well. I mean, I can't retire quite yet, but I can afford nice food, good coffee, and as many cocktails as I can handle. And it's probably a good idea to have an essential job to avoid conscription. Are you worried about the war? We don't use that word at the bank. It tends to make our customers nervous. But yes, unrest slows business, and I worry that most of the borrowing and loans we see right now are disasters, investors, and profiteers. Why would anyone stockpile food now if not to benefit from it later? Who's stockpiling? You think there could be a famine? Like, who's stockpiling? It seems to be more expensive luxury items we see being bought in bulk and stockpiled, mainly by former currency spectators from Belgium and Bulgaria. Currencies are too unstable, so they have changed their focus. Do the banks think war is inevitable? Do you think war's do the banks think it's inevitable? The banks don't make bets. They leave that to their customers. They plan for all outcomes. Business looks to be going well enough now. What looks good tonight? What do you do for fun, Lucas? Well, every day I try to do my 3 main activities. If I miss any, I really am grumpy. But if I do all 3, I'm ready to face the day. What are they? First is the morning coffee routine, obviously. But I also like to crumble a brown sugar biscuit over some fresh yogurt and whatever berries I can find. On special days, I drizzle some lavender honey on top. Then I go out in my garden and feed my cat, Martha, and see if the little finch is eating from the bird feeder. I call him Bartholomew. And then I have an ice cold shower. Really? Yes, indeed. I feel the ice cold water clears my head and wakes me up more effectively than a single source Arabica dark blend medium roast with sugar. What do you do for fun, bartender? My work is fun. I like to read. I glue pennies to the road and watch people try to pick them up. I enjoy conversation. What an a-hole. Like, who would glue pennies to a road and try to watch people pick them up? I'm going to say I like to read, because I do know he likes to read as well. So let's go with that one. Ah, fantastic. A fellow reader. One day we must discuss literature. Gothic romance, tragedy, and tales of adventure are my favorite. Thanks for this distraction. I feel like I'm getting better at this small talk. Okay, so we don't have anything else to talk to him about, so we'll just go ahead and end it because we can't make him another drink. I have some work to do. I'll see you around. Okay, so we already know Vincent, although I'm surprised we still don't have all the information about him that we would. Sandra Fisher, an experienced bartender trying to keep her nose clean during Prohibition, willing to share her tricks of trade with you to keep the craft alive, is reluctant to put her trust in other people. Bjorn Johannesson, a hardworking metalworker from Scotia whose tough exterior belies a wise and gentle nature, has a crush on Lucas Crown and is pursuing him romantically, has 3 brothers named Astrom, Caleb, and Danbo. Lucas Crown, a banker from a wealthy old money family who enjoys the simple pleasures life affords him. And we didn't find his favorite drink. Oh, he definitely liked the night count. That's good. Okay, so let's go ahead and end the day. Okay, Tuesday, the 2nd. How dare you, Hugo? You beautiful bastard. What are you doing in my bar? Like, what are you doing here? Vincent, why? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, Vincent enters the bar, followed by a man dressed in a long coat with piercing blue eyes. They sit next to each other, but their body language makes it clear that they do not want to be near one another. See, that also tells me that we're completely somebody different. As the men settle into their seats, you can see in Vincent's face is still red, though he's trying to calm himself. Hugo, meanwhile, adjusts his coat awkwardly and coughs. It's clear the 2 men have been arguing outside, and though they are quiet now, the atmosphere is tense. After an awkward silence, the man speaks. Well then, detective, now that we have some privacy, perhaps we can talk this out like civilized men, or by all means, continue your tirade. Yes, it's better we talk here instead of continuing our arguments in public in the streets. Now, Mr. Florer, despite all those protestations, you knew about the illegal bar the whole time. In fact, though you feigned ignorance when the culprit was caught, it was originally all your idea. And 1 year later, I returned to find you have the audacity to reopen the speakeasy, this time with a new sidekick. You narrowly avoided ruin by shifting the blame and having learned nothing. You're doing the same thing all over again. You have gone too far. You had no issue with keeping the place open when it suited you in your career. You used this place as a hunting ground to catch your suspect. I'd say you got what you wanted, Constable, or should I say, Detective. Your promotion, was won with my help, and dare I say, you enjoyed more than the odd tipple while on the job. Excuse me, it was my help, Vincent. I solved the case, okay? Let's get that right. I operated entirely within the law and made the best of the situation to ensure the safety of the people of Brookavy. I was going to say, I think he's even in a different outfit, because I thought his waistcoat was, like, open in the other one. I could be wrong. Could have been a while since I've played. Maybe I'm just remembering things different. The safety of the people of Brookavy? Vincent lets out a hollow, sarcastic laugh. You climbed the ladder and kicked it away when you got to the top. The last bartender didn't deserve to be hung out to dry like that. Despite my help and cooperation in apprehending that vile killer, Elliot Lynn still got away, and this speakeasy was closed down. Oh, Elliot got away. Hugo takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but it's not really working. That's besides the point here. You used your influence and connections to avoid any real repercussions, a slap on the wrist for breaking Prohibition. And worst of all, it wasn't even an oversight on your part, it was a plan. Both men seethe. They turn away from each other, but the tension doesn't recede. What is going on here? So, drinks? What is going on here? Bah, this man here is the reason we had to shut down last year. Correct, and by my good grace, it's not closed again. Yet I need cooperation. Cooperation with what? Hugo pulls out a newspaper from his coat and sets it down on the counter. It's from a roughly 1 week ago with the headline, New Money Heiress Dies at Tea House. An ambulance was rushed to the tea house, the Tea Terrace, yesterday when Alina Dragos, wealthy heiress and competitive chess player, suddenly collapsed and started convulsing. Although medical staff swiftly arrived on the scene, all help came too late for the young Elena, who passed away of asphyxiation. Brookavy police has closed the tea house and started an investigation, as Elena had no prior health problems that could account for the sudden onset of these symptoms. Tea Terrace owner Feng Bai was among the first questioned. Several other witnesses have been brought in for questioning, including the friends who were present during the incident, as well as famous singer and radio show host Olivia Carmine. Let me lay my cards on the table. I was assigned to this case, and I'm currently struggling to find a lead. Through no fault of my own, progress has been slow. Too slow. I need your help. Nah, I'm not helping you. You screwed me over the last time. I don't know your face, which is usually a good thing in my line of work. Mr. Fleury here is already on thin ice, but I wouldn't want to put a stain on a clean record like yours, so please work with me here. Last year, both Elena Dragos and 3 of the witnesses mentioned in this article all visited this speakeasy. Those witnesses were Killian Duran, Maria Popa, and Wendy Brooker. I'm also certain Mr. Fleury couldn't pass up the opportunity to mention the nightcap's grand reopening to his circle of friends, which I believe includes Fang Bai, the owner of the Tea Terrace. Vincent looks away annoyed. It seems Hugo is right. In other words, you have direct access to all of my suspects. Fortunately for you, I'm not coming here empty-handed. Take a look at this. Hugo pulls out a photograph of a letter. Instead of being written by hand or typewriter, the words are constructed from characters cut out of different newspapers glued to the paper. If I don't find an envelope containing the agreed upon amount at the usual place, your secret won't be a secret much longer. Okay, so it says, Elena, you've missed your payments for the 2nd week in a row. Do I need to remind you what is at stake here? If I don't find an envelope containing the agreed upon amount at the usual place, your secret won't be a secret much longer. Blackmail? Exactly. We found out why searching Elena's home looking for clues. It may just be coincidence, but money is a powerful motivator. If Elena stopped paying, whoever is blackmailing her may have had the motive to kill her. Well, that doesn't make sense, because if you want to blackmail somebody, you'd want the money. You wouldn't kill them and threaten to blackmail them. That doesn't make any sense. Considering Fang Bai poured the tea, she's naturally our prime suspect. Elena was likely poisoned after all, but this letter complicates things. Perhaps someone in her circle of friends was desperate for money. Here's the deal. I've thoroughly interviewed every suspect, and none of them opened up to me. I can't get them to speak, so I want you to gather information from these people without them knowing it. As a bartender, you should be good at loosening people's lips and listening when they talk. Do whatever it takes to make them talk. Joke, threaten, cajole, flirt, or keep it simple and just get them drunk. If you find something interesting, write it down. Do you think you can handle that? Doesn't sound like I have a choice. Well, it's not in my resume, but look, it doesn't sound like I have a choice. Yes, quite. Just remember, when gathering evidence, keep it simple, keep them talking, and tell me everything. And what guarantee do we have that you won't betray us like you did last time? I'm not required to give a guarantee. All I can say is that I learned from my past experiences. See, I can be humble. I can compromise. Can you too? Well, it seems we have our backs against the wall. What do you say? Sure, I trust you will adjust my rent to compensate. It seems we have no choice. I don't know. Is that the rude thing to say? You know what? Sure, I trust you'll adjust my rent to compensate. Seems Elena wasn't the only one being blackmailed. Jokes aside, despite your clean record and my family name, it's unlikely we'll walk away unscathed. Best to cooperate and prevent the worst punishment. If you're willing to do this, then I will consider you a true friend of the Fleury family. My superiors have given me a deadline. 2 weeks. Find me something tangible by then. Yes, Detective Martins. Good. Keep up the attitude and we'll get along swimmingly. I'll drop by later to bring you a case file. In the meantime, you can start by getting to know our dramatis persona. Better make a good impression. With that, both men get up from their seats and exit the bar. He's gonna backstab me. I just know it. Oh look, everyone's back already. A well-dressed man enters your bar with an air of excitement. Though you only served Killian Duran a handful of times at your previous job, you recognize him instantly as he walks over with confidence and takes a seat. Glad to see this place open again. There's so many ways to look at a world, and sober is the worst one. Hello again, Killian. Again? I don't recognize you at all. Where did we meet? It was in another bar. I worked at the Spire Lounge, remember? Killian eyes you up and down, and for a moment there's a glimmer of recognition, but then it is gone. Well, don't dilly-dally. Mix me something. What's your taste in drinks? Too many questions. My head needs lightening. With booze. Okay. You find a glass and place it in front of Killian. Care for a refreshment? I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But I want it. Go ahead then. Make it good. Okay, so he likes white rum, if I remember right. And this is the first day, so we don't need to get anybody completely sauced just yet. Let's go with the Liberty for now. I want to make some of these new drinks. Oh my, this is excellent. Perfectly balanced. Well done. Yes, well, you didn't make an impression for better or worse, so our relationship can go either way from here. Let's see if fine conversation can raise you up in my estimation. Well, what else shall we discuss? What sort of drinks do you like? Booze, but that doesn't make it feel like I'm drinking booze, I guess. Can you elaborate? We do primarily serve. Can you elaborate? Oh, I don't know. I guess I like rum. Let's go with that. Okay, so it's nothing new. Seem agitated. Tell me about your family. You seem agitated. What's the matter? Don't be coy. Everyone who has the ability to read a newspaper can make a solid guess why I'm not in the mood for conversation. I can't look at my friends the same way ever again, and my parents have never listened to a word I say. I'm all alone, with nobody left to trust. I'm sorry to hear that. You get the feeling that Killian is holding something back. If you connect with him, he might reveal more. What else shall we discuss? Tell me about your family. If I had a good family situation, do you think I would be here? If home was welcoming, I'd be there instead of here, so let's change the subject. Perhaps something strong, then. Okay, so that one we have to get him a little tanked. Do you work in the city? Are you kidding? Are you offering me a job? No, wait. Even if you are, I'm not interested. Why not? Imagine me working in a speakeasy. I would not be happy. The customers would not be happy. Damn it, I'm not sure the bottle of vermouth would be... I'm sure a bottle of vermouth would be frowning at me. Do you even want a job? There's other things you could do. I'm aware there are a few others. Look, it's not like I'm useless. I could work, but there's no support to do it, and no obvious path for me to follow. No, the only job I'll be engaging in is the waiting job. Mother can't hold on to my trust fund forever. Good luck with that. That's not a real job either. Look, good luck with that. Yes, well, at one point Elena was going to pay for me to return to college, and obviously that's out the window now, too. So I'm back to my original plan. I wait for the wealth I'm owed to come to me. Dude, so you were just using her for her money? Wow, what a dick. Do you have family nearby? 2 nearby. Tell me, when do you think parents' responsibilities for their sons and daughters end? Never, they're always your parents. I really don't know. When you become an adult. Look, I feel like he doesn't want me to say never, they're always your parents because of his attitude. His attitude is stinky. He probably feels it's more when you're adult. In reality, never. They're your parents. They're always going to be there to help you, take care of you. I think his parents are a little too much on him, but the way he acts, I kind of get it. I get why his parents treat him the way they do. He's like a child. He needs constant supervision. But I think the answer, hopefully we can get, affection up. I think he would prefer when you become an adult. Okay, we didn't get anything. Well, I certainly agree parents should stay out of your personal business, but financially, they should be a lifeline, so that you can enjoy your life without worrying about economic ruin. Okay, so maybe he would have liked the first one. So you're short of money. It wasn't hard for you to read between the lines there, was it? Yes, indeed. I am granted an allowance which would stifle a child's ambitions. Please, Mummy, can I have a penny for sweeties? Such benevolence from my mother and father. If I were less patient and canny, I would strike out on my own and leave them to rot in the family manor. Well, what else is there to discuss? Okay, I have nothing else to discuss with you. I mean, I guess I could ask about this stuff. Let's go with this one. Why are you asking me about this? If you've been reading the papers, you understand so much as I do about what happened, which isn't much, admittedly. My mother's expecting me back soon. I should get a hustle. A young, tired-looking woman sits down at the bar and looks at the menu behind you with glassy eyes. She seems defeated, but you can tell her glum demeanor is not her usual nature. It's been a long day. I don't know how I drag myself here. Most nights I just flop into bed and try to sleep, and I fail. I get home from work and it seems good, and I don't even want to read or play chess or anything, really. That's rough. Now I'm here. I'm not sure it was worth it. Maybe a drink will help. Sure, what do you like? I don't even remember. It just makes me something to take my mind off things. Okay, well, I do remember she likes tomato. You place a glass on the counter, then slide it with like a chess piece in front of her. A drink? Sure, surprise me. Except for, I don't know if any of these things have tomato in them. Because it looks like they got rid of... Yeah, they don't have the one that was basically like the Bloody Mary. I don't know. I don't know what would do her any good. I don't remember what Elena liked. But she was a bigger drinker than her. Alright, let's try the Orange Daisy. I'm all for improvisation. This is unusual, but it works. I needed that drink more than I'd like to admit. I'm Maria, by the way. I'm glad this place is open again. I hope it goes better this time. I'm gonna sit down again. I think Wendy was talking to me about something or other. Take care, Maria. A well-dressed lady takes a seat at the bar. She's glamorous from head to toe. Good evening, what would you like? Ah, this little place is still so quaint. Love what you did with the lighting. Thanks. When Killian told me it was open again, I thought he was playing one of his childish pranks. I visited often before all that kerfuffle last year. I heard about that recently. Oh, you poor thing. I'm Wendy Brooker, of the distinguished Brooker family, Enchanté. The pleasure's all mine. Would you like a drink? Sure, lady, look, the pleasure's all mine. Would you like a drink? Certainly, it's the last place on the boulevard where I can experience this kind of pleasure after all. Let's see what you can do, bartender. What flavors best match your taste? It seems my old favorite is no longer available. That's such a pity. Got anything exotic? Let's see what you can do. Okay, so exotic. You find a clean glass and present it. Let's make you something classy. Classy, but not too subtle, darling. Extravagance is what I yearn for tonight. Okay, so something exotic. Maybe passion fruit? Try the one night stand. I mean, we'll eventually figure this out. I see you're aware of my extremely high standards, and my word, you did not disappoint. This tastes exquisite. It's quite fortunate that this place reopened. After all the recent events, I needed a place like this where I can distract myself. This is lovely. Looking forward to speaking with you again, bartender. Take care. You too, Miss Brooker. Okay, so we did good. I think we got one of our favorite drinks. The bar is open once again. Glad to see Vincent found another gorgeous face to adorn this place. Thanks. Do we know each other? You're on the radio show. Maybe we've met. I think I served you at my old workplace. Yes, I'm sure we know one another a little, and obviously everyone feels like they know me from the radio show. Familiarity breeds comfort. We probably should have said we knew her from the radio. And this is one cozy little speakeasy you have here. Look at you moving up in the world, or sideways at least. Let your lips spill secrets they shouldn't. Gossip, darling. Okay, what sort of drinks do you like, Miss Carmine? The Pirate's Joy is my usual go-to. It's both refreshing but fruity yet adventurous at the same time. That's very specific. I'm a woman that knows what she wants. I love a little story with my drink, and the pineapple undertones take away some of the bitter taste. A story? I'm afraid the time for that tale is past, dear bartender. I'm sure we'll find something else to talk about. You find your most decorative glass and place on the counter. A cure for a parched throat? I'd love that. Make it strong, please. Okay, so she does love this one, which has got pineapple juice, though this could be a good one for her. Maybe even this. But let's go ahead and start with the Pirate's Joy. Perfect. Even before Prohibition, this would be delectable. Okay, care to tell me what happened at the tea terrace? I'd love to. The police forbade me from giving out the juicy details on my radio show, but they didn't mention anything about telling you. There I was, enjoying a cup of my favorite chamomile tea and planning new topics for the show when a trio of girls entered. Elena Dragos, Wendy Brooker, and Maria Popa sat down and ordered a pot of tea. Fang Bei took the order and returned with a teapot and a chessboard. After an hour of playing, the doors opened once more, and in stepped none other than Killian Duran. Shortly after, Elena and Maria began bickering about something. Eventually, things calmed down, and Killian sat to watch the chess game. He struck up a conversation with Wendy on the sidelines. This continued for 3 hours or so before, eventually, it happened. Elena began violently coughing, then convulsing until she passed out on the floor. It all happened so quickly. By the time the medics arrived, it was too late for her. I should be clear, I like gossiping a good story as much as the next person, but this felt a bit too real. Forgive me, darling, this ended up being less fun than I expected. To finish my story, everyone was brought in for questioning, and I told the officers exactly what I told you. And that's all. And that's that. Thank you, Miss Carmine. So, that sounds to me like it couldn't have been Killian because he came in late. So that might write him off on the list. Got any gossip about Wendy Brooker? Dear bartender. Quid pro quo, as they say. I visit your lovely establishment to enjoy a drink, not to hand out some of my best gossip for free. Let's make it worth your while first, then. Okay, so we need to get her a little sloshed. Do you worship? Oh, yes, darling, I'm very devout, though I am finding new ways to show my devotion recently. How so? Well, you know, when my husband was alive, I took a very literal reading of the sanctified books of the scrolls of the goddess. But after his passing, may the goddess hold his soul in her eternal embrace, I started to read what those books actually said. My husband was often quoting words of the goddess that I could find in no book. Did he get confused? He lied to you? I mean, doesn't mean he lied. Maybe he just misinterpreted things wrong. Did he get confused? Well, I noticed he particularly emphasized the importance of the husband's authority and the value of being demure. Okay, so if she would have started off with that, I would have said, okay, so he lied to you. I've never heard of those values. Indeed, and with his passing, heartbroken though I remain, I find great comfort in the goddess' actual teachings. In particular, along with my good friend Fang, we find great value in the emancipation of the feminine and the pursuit of the grace of the goddess. Though the church still represents the goddess to me, sometimes I look at, say, Father John Lacey, and wonder if he truly helps me touch the divine feminine that is the goddess. Or perhaps, and please don't think me conceited when I say this, the divine feminine lives not in John Lacey or the church itself, or even the congregation, but in me. Not too sure about that. I like that idea. We'll just go with her. Well, it's just a thought. A half thought even. But I wonder, if I step away from the church, would the goddess turn her back on me? I think I found faith in her capacity to love me no matter where I go or what I do. Okay, so how is your call-in show going? What a sweetheart you are for asking. Wonderfully, thanks. Would you like to hear about last night's show? Sure. Well, I won't spoil the whole thing. There are reruns on Friday nights. But what confessions would you like to hear about the most? I'll share one, but only one. Do you want to know about the dancer who was putting pins in her rival's shoes, the husband sleeping with his wife's twin, or the woman who ate her grandmother's birthday cake and blamed a badger? The twin cheater. So the wife woke up during a camping trip in the river valley to find her husband kissing her twin in the moonlight. What a scandal. Oh no. Indeed, the husband's response was to pretend he was confused over which twin was which. His wife was not convinced. Can you believe that? She said they looked nothing like each other. She was short, blonde, and pretty, and he was 6 foot tall and had a huge beard. What? Oh. Wait. Her brother was... She had a twin brother. Oh. In the end, they worked it out. I believe they're now part of a very cute and respectful polyamorous situation that goes on fishing trips every Sunday. What a scene. You know, the radio show is wonderful, but it's not my only pot on the stove. Have you heard of Dalliance? No? Oh, you must have heard it. It's an opera debuting soon, and I'm the star. I am so sorry the tickets will be so very expensive. You would have loved it. Well, I should head back. If I don't get my beauty sleep, the Maverick will go bankrupt. Ta-ta. She's kind of irritating. just a little. Just a tad. Good evening, Maria. Okay, let's see if she remembers. It doesn't matter, just maybe something to take my mind off things. Okay. It can't be easy to lose someone like that. It's not. Do you want to talk about it? What will you do now? Want to talk about something happier? She might not open up. Maybe we should go and want to talk about something happier. I'm not great company right now. I can't really make conversation, and I have no idea what I'm going to do now. You were close? Yeah, although we'd fight. But if you care about someone, you fight with them. You fight for them, right? Are you going to be okay? We don't need to talk about this. Are you going to be okay? No, but thanks for asking. You know, I can't believe how many people turned up at the funeral. There were so many speeches. That's good. I suppose so, but it made me feel like such a tiny part of her life. How close was I to her? It seems like they all took up so much room. There was so much grief. It left me no space to feel anything. I didn't feel resolution. I felt squeezed out. And I was still mad at her, too. She didn't listen to me, but in the end, she knew she was doing something wrong. And when she was gone, I was just another friend she disappointed, nothing more. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Friends are still important. You were there, that's what counts. I don't know which one. Look, you were there, that's what counts. At the funeral? Sure. But I wasn't there before, when she actually needed me. Thanks for trying to make me feel better, but it's no good. I'm going to feel terrible about this for a long time. Forever. And that's what I deserve. Let's catch up. Maybe she did it. Can you tell me about Elena? I'm not in the mood to talk right now. Just serve drinks and don't ask too many questions. Is that okay? I understand. Okay, so we have to get her in a better mood and the affection up. You mentioned you play chess. Not much these days. You're not playing anymore? It seems so pointless now. Maybe Elena would have wanted you to keep playing. Maybe it'll keep your mind occupied. Look, maybe she'd want you to keep playing. Would she? Competing in chess took so much away from her. I think she wanted out of that world. She wanted out of a lot of things. And worst of all, I was playing chess with Elena just before she died. Of all the things we could have shared, coffee, a walk in the park, a hug, but no. More chess, more competitions between us. Then I learned even those games of chess were a lie. Or at least a trick. She couldn't beat me fairly. She was cheating. Why did she cheat? How was she cheating? Like, how is she cheating? Huh? Oh, forget it. That doesn't matter now. The point is, it wasn't supposed to be me versus Elena. It should have been us versus the world. Okay, how are things at Seems Good? I really need some time off work to, I don't know, figure out what I do next, but I can't afford it. If there was ever a way for me to escape the tailor shop life, well, that path is closed off now. Really? I don't want to talk about it. I'm off. It's late and I have work in the morning. Bye. Yeah, I was going to say there's more there with Maria. Okay, it's busy on the Brook tonight. Can't complain. Good to see you, Wendy. Let's catch up. What sort of drinks do you like, Wendy? Something exotic should do the trick. I will leave the rest in your hands. Okay, so they don't really give us clues like they did the last time. Okay, did you hear about what happened at the tea house? Hear about it. Dear bartender, I was there. It's quite tragic what happened to Elena, especially considering what she was up to in the months leading up to her death. If you have something to say, just say it. Elena was doing something shady? I'm not sure if I should say. I was her confidant and her closest friend, after all. I'm sure she would forgive me for telling you this, especially if it could be a vital clue in learning what caused her sudden unfortunate death. You see, roughly 6 months or so ago, Killian nonchalantly mentioned that he found a bottle of Forcerta in one of Elena's drawers. Maria was there when he told me. What is it? It's a type of medicine commonly used to treat psychosis, but it could also produce periods of intense focus and concentration with the right dosage. During the war, officers received injections to help them in the field. Such drugs are sometimes used by diplomats or those working in espionage, or even in some high-pressure business environments. But Elena belonged to none of those groups. She is, however, a very competent, competitive chess player. Medication taken without prescription is a dangerous choice. Given she was playing against Maria that day, well, sadly, it all adds up. Adds up to what? Elena never quite learned how to lose. If she took a higher dose than usual to ensure she'd win the games that day, it might explain why she started convulsing. An overdose. It's only my theory, of course. Like I said, both Killian and Maria knew her well, too. Perhaps you should ask them. Perhaps I will. Thank you, Wendy. Let's catch up. Okay, so she was taking some kind of medication that wasn't really given to her by a doctor. You kind of hear about that like in, high schools and, college around test time. Some students will take, is it Ritalin? Because it's supposed to help them focus for their test and stuff like that. And it's really dumb to do. Like, you shouldn't be taking something that has not been, prescribed to you. So word to all those kids out there. You're like, don't do drugs, medicinal or otherwise, unless it's prescribed to you, because, you can get yourself into some serious trouble doing stuff like that. Okay, so what's your story, Wendy? My story? Well, I'll share it, if you will, darling. What's your story? I'm just a bartender. I'm trying to pay off some debt. I'm just trying to survive in the city. Well, let's go with that one. As are we all, darling, but most of us can express that in a more interesting way. My own path from rags to riches was a little more rocky. Not that I was ever really in rags, not even close, truth be told. My family was always wealthy, though we fought hard to avoid ruin. What happened? My father was in business with his brother. They squabbled, and there was a conflict over contracts. For years, my father was angry and distracted, always worried the money would disappear. When I was a child, we traveled around Tessara visiting hotels my family owned. 3 in Burkavy, 4 in Timaru, 2 in Constanta, and 1 in Tallahassee. I never had a real home, just a hotel room, some spending money, and an angry, absent father. No mother? Over 10 years, there were 5 different women who asked me to call them mother. I never did. My real mother died young. I'm sorry. Don't worry, darling. I was well looked after. I had nannies, aunts, and servants aplenty, but the constant upheaval made me strong, adaptable, ready to thrive in new environments. What of your family? There aren't many of us left. I'm an orphan. I come from a big family. Let's go down. Interesting. Well, we all have our own little backstories, don't we? And each time we tell a stranger ours, we reinvent ourselves. Thanks for sharing, darling. Let's catch up. Okay, any friends in tonight? Everyone's my friend when they're looking for a beautiful woman on their arm or need to share gossip about a rival or enemy. But are you close with anyone here? Is that what friends are for? Like, are you close with anyone here? No, dear, I wouldn't say so. I don't let people get close to me unless I know their true nature. It takes me a while to warm up to people. Close friends are a rare and special thing. We treat romance like it is the highest form of love, but romance comes with complications. Complications? Absolutely. Romance is a relationship with vested interest. In romance, we seek monogamy, adoration, sex. But in a friendship, we seek only connection. Really? Close friendships are worth more than romantic partnerships. But not all friendships must be close to be worthwhile. There are 3 different types of friendships, each with a unique value. 3 types of friendships? Absolutely. I've given it a lot of thought. What are they? Is this your own theory? Look, what are they? As I tell you each of these categories, I want you to think of your friends, hold them in your memories, then see where each falls. Ready? This seems a bit cold. This is exciting. Indulge me, darling. Are you ready to start? Let's go. The first group of friends are the fair weather friends. You've heard the term? Sure. They turn up when you pop open a bottle of bubbly at the start of the night, but disappear when you're crying into your glass at 3 a.m. They're the first to the party and the last to visit you in the hospital when you drunkenly fall down the stairs again. The second group is the Klingons. They attach themselves to you like a barnacle, refusing to give you an inch of space. Klingons wear out their welcome. They are the party guests who litter your home when the atmosphere has gone stale and the night becomes morning. Even as the sun rises, they fail to do or say anything of interest. The third and final type of friend is the life-forced vampire. They suck the energy from the room with their victimhood, complaints, moans, and grievances. Holy crap, I know a lot of those. Life-force vampires are the worst of all. Utter bores. They take and give nothing back. And they never dance with you. What dreadful people. Isn't that a cynical view of friendship? I'm not sure about that. I mean, I get all those ones that she says, and I don't feel like, like all friends are like that. I would say the vampires usually aren't your friend. They're far from it. They pretend to be a friend. But it's the same as a fair weather friend. They pretend to be it. I mean, isn't that a cynical view of friendship? Oh, I don't sugarcoat things, darling. Maybe people have other views of friendship, but many think but many think like I do. At least I'm honest about my opinions. Not fair. She is a very honest character. Let's ask this one. That's right. For a while, I thought Killian had just stood us all up. After I'd gone through the trouble of inviting him, too. Why did you do that? Pity, I suppose. How many other friends do you think the boy has? That, and I wanted someone I could actually talk to while the two girls are focused on their chess game. I still can't believe she's gone. Elena was the most vivacious person I've ever met. She had become quite dear to me over the past few months, and it takes a lot for me to say that about anyone. It's far too late for a lady like me to be out alone. I'm finding a chaperone and heading home. Okay, so we didn't get a whole lot of clues there, but we're catching up with everybody again. Hugo. Good evening, bartender. Let's catch up. Evening, Detective Mertens. Do you have any questions for me or new information to share? Okay, what sort of drinks do you like, Detective? Don't try me. Fair enough. Oh, but you want a drink, right? You place a glass on the counter, but before you can ask him anything, Hugo raises his hand immediately. Don't waste a clean glass on me, bartender. I hold myself to higher standards now. No more drinking on the job. I see. Wow, dude, he's like become a machine or something. So that means we won't be able to get anything out of him unless we can eventually talk him into a drink, which maybe we can do like if he ever turns up in a bad mood. Okay, can you tell me more about the witnesses? Certainly. As you may have guessed, most of the witnesses are also our suspects, with the exclusion of Olivia Carmine, the prestigious opera singer and radio host. Okay, why is that? Miss Carmine was sitting quite far away from Elena's table at the time, but she still observed events from a distance. Make sure to interrogate her thoroughly. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean she didn't do it. Most of the suspects belong to Elena's direct group of friends, Maria Popa, Wendy Brooker, and Killian Duran. The only exception here is Feng Bei, the owner of the Tea Terrace. I don't think Wendy's involved, and I don't think Killian is. I don't think Feng is either. I'm leaning towards Maria at this point, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Not only did Miss Bei serve the tea, when Elena was convulsing and choking, she rushed to give everyone a tablet of activated charcoal. Perhaps you are familiar with this substance. Oh yeah, it's supposed to help alleviate poison if it's in your stomach. It's a common antidote, right? It works like a cough drop. I don't think it's a common antidote, but I don't know if it works like a cough drop. Maybe go with this one? Okay, so precisely, this implies that Feng Bei immediately suspected poison. It's important you fact-check everyone's version of events, make sure to verify every claim. That's all I can say, really. See, he was more willing to open up to the last bartender than he is us, because we did not get much attention from that one. How did you find out this place reopened? I pass by the place every day on my way home from work. I saw two gentlemen stumble out of the basement door after dark and put two and two together. You live near the boulevard? Not at all. What gave you that idea? The police station's on the other side of the city? I Enjoy an evening stroll through the streets after work to clear my mind. Sounds like a very good way to find some peace. Walking is a good remedy for a guilty conscience. Yeah, you guilty about putting my butt in jail? You know what? It sounds like a good way to find some peace. My personal life has nothing to do with you. Just focus on helping me solve this case. Oh, you know what? We're asking that again because now I'm curious. Walking is a good remedy for guilty conscience. Okay, so he won't. Maybe he's having trouble with his fiance, or maybe he does feel guilty about what happened. Okay, did you get a promotion a year ago? Yes. Solve a big case? Yes. Don't want to talk about it? Was it like this case? Somewhat. Though this case has more subtleties. Someone like me helped you solve the case? The previous bartender was involved, yes, though I wouldn't say their contribution was integral to the outcome. Are you for real? I'm gonna punch you in the nose. But you don't need to worry about that. Your role is very different. For one thing, they had a criminal record, while you still have a chance to do something better with your life. They helped you get the promotion. What happened to them? I mean, he's probably not going to admit that, so we'll go with this one. It doesn't matter. Like I said, things are different this time, and no one helped me get my promotion, mind you. I earned it. A good policeman follows the rulebook. A good detective knows to think out of the box. The speakeasy was just one of my many leads I pursued. I'm happy to be your partner. I'm happy to be your partner. I applaud your enthusiasm, but partner is a bit presumptuous. Let's see how we do. God, I want to punch you in that beautiful smug face. Okay, what do you think of the Berkevie police force? In what way? As a career choice compared to the force in Belgium? As a career compared to Belgium. Let's go with this one. It is complicated. I have not made up my mind, and when I do, I will share my thoughts, but right now we have work to do. What do you do for fun? Fun? I shouldn't have asked. Yes, fun. Well, wouldn't normally discuss such frivolity while working a case, and today is no different. Aww. We will have time to discuss my hobbies if you make progress with the case and win my respect. Do you have any questions for me or new information to share? What is your home country like? What do you want to know about it? Is it sunny? Are the people friendly? Do you miss it? Do you miss it? It's hard to explain. Let's talk about this again when we have more time. Let me ask, do you go back often? There's nothing there for me now, except my old model locomotives in the attic, if my mother has not thrown them out yet. I'd like to visit one day. Sounds pretty dull. I'd like to visit one day. Well, travel does broaden the mind. If you ever go, make sure to try the cinnamon hot cocoa from Bonneville's. It's almost worth the 5-hour train journey. I mean, that's sounds good to me. Man, but still so small. Okay, so we don't have anything else to ask him. Let's go ahead and show him these and, get these marked off. Those were all the facts I have, I'm afraid. Interesting, Miss Dragos was on my radar for a case last year as well. It's a shame circumstances like these are what brought us together once again. Do you think there could be a connection? I admit there are superficial similarities between the two victims, but I highly doubt they are related, aside from the obvious fact that there's foul play involved in both cases, that is. Let's focus on the matter at hand. I've given you all the information I have, bartender. I'm relying on you to get to the bottom of this. The dead often take their secrets to the grave. Lucky for us, we're dealing with the living. Try to find out what Elena was hiding. Grill her friends if you must. Everyone that knew her secret should be considered a suspect. He's really harsh compared to how he was in the first part. Killing showed up later than the rest of our suspects, did he? Interesting. If timing played a role in Elena's death, this might just provide him with an alibi. See if this ties into any other information you found so far. So this was Elena's big secret, and Killian Duran, Maria Popa, and Wendy Brooker all knew about it. Interesting. I didn't think you'd get your hands on this so easily, bartender. Well done. Stimulants can have nasty side effects when taken in excess. So much is true, but but I think Elena was a little too bright to make that kind of mistake. However, I do believe this answers some questions about a piece of evidence we already have. Don't you agree? Maybe with her death? I mean, it could have been something combined. It could have been she did just take too much. Yes. When reviewing the case, the charcoal that Mrs. Bai distributed stood out in particular. Could you remind me what she did? How so? Quick thinking and a clear display of knowledge on the subject of dangerous substances. It makes me wonder where she acquired that knowledge and why. Let's press her on this. Well, I mean, it could also be she makes tea for a living. If she works with tea leaves, it could be she procures her stash herself and, you know, she's had to learn what plants to deal with and stuff like that. Okay, so he's not gonna take a drink. Okay, so an uptight but seemingly well-meaning officer of Brookavie Police Force who has enlisted you to be his assistant, was promoted last year and became the youngest detective on the Brookavie Police Force. Used to live in Belgium before coming to Brookavie. A rash young man from a respectable new money family who often lacks common sense and social graces. A quiet and reserved girl with a love of books and a talent for chess, working as a seamstress on the Brookavie Boulevard. Was very close to Elena Dragos, her best friend and chess partner. Works at Seems Good, a tailor shop in the Stacks. The place is notorious for its less than stellar fire safety. I really think it's going to end up being her. And I'm going to think she switched Elena's stimulant with something that maybe ended up poisoning Elena, or she was allergic to or something. And I think it's going to end up being Maria. But I think it's going to have been an accident. A confident, wealthy-looking woman dressed in fancy clothes and covered from head to toe in glamorous jewelry. Values friendships over romantic relationships, but seems to consider them meaning as a means to an end. An extravagant opera singer and radio host with a love for all things dramatic. Host of the popular radio show Chamomile and Carmine. Plays the main role in Dalliance, an opera produced and directed by Lawrence Sullivan IV. Okay, so let's say goodnight. I have business to attend to. Goodbye. And we're going to end the day. Feels like a long day. Okay, welcome home, bartender. You'll now return to your apartment at the end of each workday. Oh, that's cool. Here you can review all the clues you've collected thus far and make new deductions just as before. To access the clue board, click the board hanging over the desk. To end the day and proceed to the next, simply click the bed to get a good night's rest. Good luck. Oh, this is cool. I like this. Actually have a desk and stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to bring everything out and just combine and see what sticks. There we go. Blackmail. Someone that knew about Elena's drug use had been blackmailing her, considering she stopped paying shortly before her death. Elena may have been killed by someone desperate for her money. It could have been Killian, too. And maybe he set up an alibi. Okay, and I believe I've combined this. Oh. Okay, so we've combined everything that we can so far. And, oh, we got a cat. Oh, I can pet the cat. How cute. And we're going to end the day. Okay, we're on day 3, Wednesday. Oh, it's our other boo. A rough-looking man with a scar on his face approaches the bar. As he's closing in, he scans the room as if he's searching for someone. He's looking for Hugo, I bet. Or maybe the old bartender. What can I get you? Information. Did copper detective type fella visit this place recently? Are you and Detective Martin's acquainted? There was a detective here yesterday, yes. Are you guys acquainted? Detective? So the maggot got the promotion in the end. Would you like a drink? Some history there. Would you like a drink? The angry expression fades. He squints as he looks you up and down. You really want me to believe you're just a bartender, huh? What else would I be doing behind a bar? I have to pay my bills somehow. Look, I gotta pay my bills somehow. You better make me a drink then, bartender. I'm all smiles and sunshine before I have a drink. After, it depends on whether the drink hits the spot. What flavor would you like? I see my old favorite is off the menu. Damn war. Got anything dark and bitter? I'm all smiles and sunshine. Oh yeah, so we already read that. So he likes dark and bitter. Place a glass on the counter. Let's see if we can ease the tension here. What you feeling tension for? You ain't done nothing wrong to me, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know. It just pours off you, buddy. I don't even remember what his last favorite was. I think it was one of the coffees. So he wouldn't want anything sweet. Could be a night count, dark rum, coffee liqueur, coconut cream, and ice cubes. I don't know. I feel like that would be too much. Maybe perfect storm. Ooh, I don't know. Something bitter. Let's try the perfect storm. I don't know if it's bitter enough. It's probably not. Didn't think anyone could figure out my favorite flavors. Impressive. Let's get the official stuff out of the way. The name's Peter. I'm here on behalf of your business partner, Carla. She wants to make sure you're going to pay up for that loan you took. Oh, God. I've taken the loan out with him. Oh, my God. We were lenient during your little rough patch, but now that you're making actual money again, the rules are changing. Carla's a patient woman, but patience has a price. She's had her feelings hurt before, you know? I'm working on it. I take it you're here to intimidate me. Look, I'm working on it. So you're running a bar. You do what you got to do to make your scratch. And if you need to change hustles, so be it. As long as it brings in the lay at the end of the day, Carla will be happy. I'm just the predictable effect of a specific cause. The cause is failing to pay Carla, and the effect I had on the last fellow who didn't pony up was extremely unpleasant. I took him into deep water so he could learn what kind of man he was. He learned. Turns out he was the kind of man who pays up. That was the end of our business. I get it. I'm not afraid. Look, I get it. Let's move on then. Listen, bud, I always try to give folks a decent warning if I think they'll listen. Warning? That Detective Hugo Mertens, don't give that copper an ounce of your trust. The backstabbing and betrayals that happen between me and an unsavory ilk, it's high school drama compared to what the cops are up to. They'd stomp an old Brookovy Baba into the mud for a chance at a promotion. If our pretty-eyed policeman ever walks along that alleyway out back on his own, me and him will have a nice little chat. You're not going to kill him, are you? He needs put in his place. I mean, he probably would like this one. He needs put in his place. Just a chat. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, I'll be back to check in every now and then. Bye, Peter. I liked it when he and I were buds. And I didn't really mean you needed to be put in your place. I'm just saying, Hugo, don't pay any attention to that. Oh, Killian's back. It's getting busier in here. I hope the drinks are good. They are. Well, what else shall we discuss? Okay, so we have to get him a little lacquered. But we also have to boost his affection towards us. So we're going to make him a drink. And try to figure out what he likes. Because I'm not sure. I mean, he likes the Liberty, but that's not enough alcohol in it. We need something else that's going to, you know, give us a little bit more. But I mean, I guess we could just go with that again, because I do just have a few more questions I need to ask him. We do know he likes white rum. That might be too much for him. Let's try a Pirate's Joy and see if he'll like this one. I don't know if I ever gave him that. Oh god, it was just enough. This is an unusual way to mix this particular drink, but I don't mind it. Okay, tell me more about your family. I resent them. I'm certain they resent me. I've never been given even a single ounce of trust or respect in my entire life. Every aspect of my existence is subject to their whims, and while under their roof, I have no comeback. My family has produced esteemed professors, lawyers, teachers, doctors, the works. I come from a family who expects some degree of academic success. How could such smart people not see that I wasn't able to follow that path? I'm just not cut out for such a life. I tried my hardest, but I never had the ability or the interest to pursue any of these textbook subjects with their big words. Tragic. They let you down. They let you down. I managed to escape that life for a while, but my freedom was short-lived. A few weeks ago, I was thrown back into that gilded cage, and I can see the wealth, but I cannot touch it. I'm like a child who's never tasted sugar, led into the candy store, but told to suck on lemons. Don't mind me. I'm in a foul mood. I've talked more than enough about my parents. Maybe the alcohol is loosening my tongue a bit too much. Take it easy. Okay, so we're getting closer to this one. Heard you're avoiding Maria. Avoiding her? I'm not avoiding her. She's nothing to me. Seems like you're mad at her. And vice versa. We are two people with one thing in common. We do not want to be around one another. My mother taught me to avoid women like her, and she was right. Competing for Elena's affections made neither of us happy. You both lost Elena. Maybe best you avoid each other. I mean, you both lost her. And Maria no doubt blames me. I could offer her no consolation, and what could she offer me? Chess lessons? Condensation? No, thank you. Does she have reason to blame you? She's just upset. Does she have reason to blame you? Oh, whoops. I didn't mean it in that way. No, she's crazy, and I hope you're not implying anything more. If you are, talk to my family lawyer. They'll swat you like a fly. Well, that's actually not how I meant it, but great, we lost affection. We're just going to have to keep plying him with his favorite drink, and that'll slowly boost that up. Okay, so let's ask about this. Why was I late the day my ex-girlfriend died at the tea terrace? You really think I'm in the mood for this conversation? It was brought up by a patron. Whatever. I was late because I wasn't even sure I wanted to go. It seemed the right choice when I got there. Now, obviously, I can see it was not. Alright. Ask about her secret. Wendy can't keep her mouth shut, can she? So much for trusting friends. Yes, I knew she was taking pills. I spent enough time at my mother's practice to recognize what they were when I saw them in her bag. I just figured her friend should know. Is that a crime? There's nothing more to it than that. Sorry for asking. Okay, so his mother's expecting him back soon. Dang it, I wish I wouldn't have lost that little bit of an edge with him. An old woman huffs as she clambers up to the stool awkwardly. She hums to herself gently as she adjusts her clothes and gets comfy. Good evening. Good evening. What brings you here? Curiosity, and I could use a drink. Mr. Florer mentioned this place, the nightcap, the bar below my bookshop. Yes, he's converted the space. Vincent is a jolly fellow when he's in a good mood, which is most of the time. Now about that drink. What can I get you? Can you make me something fruity? Perhaps something with citrus? Vincent is a jolly fellow. Okay, so we don't need to read that. So she likes citrusy fruit. You gently place a glass on the counter. 1 cocktail coming up. Thank you kindly, dear. Okay, one night stand would probably be her thing. I don't know if it'd be too much, though. We know she'd like the pirate's joy. Let's go with the one night stand. You remind me of a younger me. Always looking for bold new flavors to combine. Perfectly palatable. And Alexia, my family has a long history across 5 generations of brewing and serving fine teas. Mixing and serving drinks of any type is an art and craft. I should introduce myself properly. I'm Feng Bei, but you can call me Miss Bei. How was your day, Miss Bei? Clouds followed me, bartender, even when the sun shone. My shop is closed, and I don't know when we can open again. At church today, I felt the pitying gazes fall on me like heavy raindrops. What will Miss Bei do now? Sorry to hear that. I don't want their pity. I just want to serve them tea and share in their conversations. I do not care for being the subject of gossip. I'm sure you've heard it by now. The girl who died in my establishment. I heard. A very sad thing. Anyway, I thank you for the drink, bartender. I'll go mingle. Oh, great, so that put her in a bad mood. Farewell. Another day. I'm so glad work is over. Good evening, Maria. Okay, you place a glass on the counter, a drink. Okay, so we need to make her something that she's gonna like. She didn't mind the orange daisy. You know, that actually was good for her. It's not her favorite, but, you know, it was tolerable. Let's try something different. Let's do the ambush. I must admit, this tastes great. You should travel to a less backwards country and join one of those bartender competitions. Let's catch up. Okay, so they put her in a good mood. So it might be... Okay, so it's a favorite drink of hers. Okay, handsome but intimidating man working as a debt collector for the less savory individuals that make up Brookhaven's underworld. Works as a debt collector for the loan shark Carla, who you have borrowed money from. Is openly hostile to Hugo. The two clearly have a history. Respected member of the community who runs a tea shop named the Tea Terrace. So we'll get some more information about her. Okay, so we have to boost up the affection, but we pretty much talked about all this. Ah yes, the worst day of my entire life. I'd almost forgotten. Thanks for the reminder, bartender. I'm sorry. Forget it. I've already told the police everything I know, okay? So just leave me be. That's right. He came in much later in the middle of our game. Totally threw me off. You and Elena had an argument after that? An argument? Oh, please. Whoever told you that was exaggerating. I was concerned that Elena had invited him as some sort of olive branch. That she may have been harboring thoughts of taking him back. Goddess forbid. Okay, so they were dating. I suppose in retrospect it must have been Wendy's doing. She did always love pointless drama. Please, I only have so much empathy for poor Killian, not getting all the spending money he feels entitled to. He could always get a job, you know, like the rest of us, people who have actual problems. You see Maria's jaw clench. For an instant, she simply glowers at you in silence, weighing her words carefully. I'm going to be charitable and assume you had good intentions in bringing this up, but I'm telling you now, stay out of Elena's private affairs. You have no right to rifle through her closet looking for skeletons. You hear me? Have some respect. Ow. Rude much? You're not gonna like me asking about this. Yep. I just want to know why someone would have wanted to harm Maria. She basically just said the same thing. Fine. Yes, Killian told me about her medication. Now go bark up some other tree. Wow, this is gonna be difficult. Ms. Bay, I think I'm gonna like you a lot, okay? So, just be nice to me. So what sort of drinks do you like? I tend to make drinks fruity. Okay, so citrus. Same thing. Can you tell me anything about Elena? Poor Elena. The girl's never had it easy. They signs with great sadness. It seems alcohol has made her unable or unwilling to hold back her true emotions. Did you know that Elena lost her mother at a young age? To what exactly? Faith. You want me to say more? Her mother is not dead. She abandoned her family to live with a cult, the Deus Ariae. I think Elena mentioned that to us. Growing up, the girl struggled without a mother, and her gambling father was more of a child than she was. I didn't know. Must have been tough. When she first stumbled into my tea shop with her friend Maria, the two were ecstatic to find a place they could play chess in peace. I grew quite attached to those girls. Just last month, Elena called me Auntie Fang. About 6 months ago, she walked into the tea terrace alone. Then she cried for hours. When she finally calmed down, I asked her whatever was the matter. Maria and Elena had a fight. She didn't want to say what it was about, but it was important enough to end their friendship. The day of her death was the day of their reconciliation. They just started talking again. I was so happy for them. My condolences. Interesting. Okay, tell me about your place, the Tea Terrace. My pride and joy. It's been a privilege to serve my customers these past 37 years. 37? Wow. I came here during the age of prosperity, and I've never looked back since. The Tea Terrace is a little slice of, Hoexia right here in Tessara. How's business? We're always busy, but I confess, the mood isn't as serene as it used to be. This shadow of war does not help anyone's business, and I don't really enjoy talking about it, so let's find a better subject. No one wants to talk about war. Has the tea terrace changed over the years? Very much, but only the teas are the customers. The decor ages like fine wine, though it could probably do with more regular dusting. You like your customers? It's my job to take... Oh, excuse me. To take care of my customers. It's my passion, too. I especially enjoy getting to know this younger generation, with their optimism and their vibrancy. It's a pleasure to listen in on their conversations. I believe the young folk are much wiser than my generation. They treat art, culture, and even tea as they should. Something to explore, debate, and enjoy. My peers are too stuffy, too dour. The youth hold the future. We should respect our elders. I mean, we should respect our elders, for sure. I don't know which one she would like more. I'm going to go with this one. Oh, okay. She doesn't feel that way at all. Oh, don't be so differential, dealer. It ages you terribly. So, what do you recommend today? Man, that sucks. She didn't like that one. I don't think you can get a bonus from it if you've already done it. The youth holds the future. Okay, so we can. Although we already had a slight one, but, that gets it back for us. Indeed, and when the tea terrace opens again, I look forward to seeing their flirtation, their debates, and their funny fashions. I enjoy being caught up in the tangle of their lives. It keeps me young. Okay, do you come here for the drinks or the people? The people, if I'm honest. I miss the buzz of the tea terrace when it closes at 5. Though, truth be told, the buzz has diminished these last few months. What happened? I think it's the shadow of war. People need something stronger than tea to brighten their spirits. Right now, the speakeasy is all the light and life I miss. And the drinks? Oh, yes, nice enough. I'm not a big drinker, but I do love conversations, and nothing loosens lips quite as well as liquor. I was considering offering coffee to my patrons too, though. But if I sell coffee, how can I keep conversation flowing? People don't sit and chat with coffee like they do with a big pot of tea. They drink the little espressos fast and then leave. You could sell cappuccinos. You could serve espresso at the shop window. How about cappuccinos? Well, perhaps. And I could call them yappuccinos. So, what do you recommend today? Okay, what can you tell me about your country of origin? I haven't been there in a long time, dear, but I can try my best. What do you want to know? Do you miss it? I miss the gardens. I like the style here in Tessara just fine with all the grass and trees, but my heart yearns for a tranquil pond here and there. It sounds nice. I haven't been there in a long time, dear. Okay, does it have bars? No, dear. We have taverns and little, well, you don't have the word here, but little cozy bars for 4 or 5 customers. They're full of lively chat. I haven't been there in a long time, dear. Okay, let's move on. Yes, I am getting melancholy. I miss the people of Hoexia when I'm here, but I'd miss the people of the world if I moved back home. Berkavy is a hub, and on any given afternoon, I could have patrons from all corners of the globe sharing tea. I like gardens, temples, mountains, and warm weather just fine, but what I really care about is people. That's why I love Berkavy, and that's how I can tolerate this dreadful, chilly Tassarian climate. And I confess, the churches here help me feel closer to the goddess. I know her spirit lives in all of us and everywhere, but in the cloisters of the Berkavy Cathedral, I feel like she is walking arm in arm with me. You're religious? I don't want to talk about religion. You're religious? I am. The goddess found me in my moments of need. I was not in despair, but I found myself sitting in a beautiful garden, filling the space where happiness should be. But there was nothing. I had a thought I could not shake. There must be more. The thought was so clear in my head. Then the breeze blew, and I swear, as clear as can be, I heard her voice. Lyrical, musical, loud, and confident. What did it say? There is. That was it. That was it. And that was enough. Might I ask, what do you think? I won't preach to you, but I'm interested in your own beliefs. I believe in the goddess. I believe in something, but I'm not sure what. I believe in beautiful gardens, but that's enough for me. We'll say what we believe. May she hold you in her ever-loving embrace. Okay, I saw you reading earlier this evening. Yes, my little book of wisdom. I wasn't reading it. I was writing it. You're writing a book? It's more like a journal, a notebook I use to keep track of all the things that give me joy. My friend Albert owns the old printing press in the stack, and he bound it for me so it looks a little like a novel. That's a good idea. You need to write down the things that make you happy? That's a good idea. Thank you. I think we are often poor judges of what makes us truly happy. How so? Before I started this journal, if you asked me what made me happy, I would say the usual things. Peace and quiet and tea. Drinks with an old friend. Receiving a nicely wrapped gift with a big pink bow. Those things don't make you happy? I mean, those sound great. They're all pleasant enough, but they don't make me happy as I think they'll make me. Meanwhile, last week I was sweeping the dust in loose tea in the basement. I don't think I have ever felt more content. Hard work is virtuous. Doesn't sound fun. Look, hard work is virtuous. It's not about what seems enjoyable, it's about what brings joy. Next time you feel true happiness, consider what you're doing and what makes you feel that way, and then write it down. I'll think about it. I will. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating against earthly pleasures. Quite the opposite. Delicate tea, a cozy blanket in winter, the touch of a handsome man or woman, these are all fine things we should allow ourselves to enjoy. However, I also believe we don't always know what we like. Pleasure lies not in the familiar places, and if we look hard, we can find it when we least expect to. I know exactly what I like. I need to think about this. I need to think about this. Don't waste too much time on my nonsense, dear. What's the saying? Life is too important to take seriously? I believe in the importance of silly business. You believe in what? Oh, silly business is at the heart of my philosophy. It's my belief that most of what we do in life is absurd, deeply silly. The business of life is absurd. Hence, silly business. Yes, that's it. I have more to say, but perhaps another day. I've nattered for too long already. I really like her. I have to say, she's one of my favorite characters. Let's bring up the charcoal, since we only have one. Yes, I gave everyone activated charcoal when Elena began convulsing. You just happen to have it on hand? Now I've started to relax, let me talk a little, dear. You see, as someone who serves a large variety of tea, it is vital to have good understanding of the various plants and herbs that make up the drinks. Hiccup. Or did she... made a hiccup noise. It's only natural that part of that knowledge includes the study of poisonous substances and ways to neutralize them. I mean, it makes sense to me. That's what I figured it was. In my homeland, there's plenty of stories of old men picking flowers in the wild, believing they can brew the most delicious pot of tea. Should I be saying this? Oh, why not? Anyway, such stories often end with those old men covered in a deadly rash, desperate for help. So you need to know how to treat them. Sounds like a smart habit. Oh, is that the time? I'm off home. Take care. Okay, let's bring old grumpy puss over here. Let's see if I can get him to drink. He won't let me. The blackmailer could have simply leaked Elena's secret, but opted for murder instead. They knew Elena was clever enough to figure out their identity. Perhaps they feared the tables would turn on them. Find out if any of the people that knew her secret were desperate for money. That must be the answer. Do you have any questions for me or new information is there? I mean, if you go that way, it sounds like it could be Killian. I don't know about you, bartender, but I wonder how he afforded such freedom in the first place, and perhaps more importantly, what brought it to an end. That is true. Why did his parents all of a sudden rein him in? A falling out between close friends. This could be important. I wonder what the conflict was about. Considering how close they once were, it must have been serious. Do we know of anything that happened around that time? Interesting. It's possible she learned at a young age, out of mere curiosity, of course, but one has to wonder why such a topic was ever relevant in her life to begin with. Perhaps it's time to take a closer look at Miss Bai's past. Look, dude, I don't think she did it. Okay, respected member of the community. Is a parental figure to Maria and her late friend Elena. Attends church regularly, is a devoted follower of the goddess, keeps a journal about the things that bring her joy. I don't see the... I don't think we have access to that notebook yet, where we can look at stuff for like the alibi and motive and things like that. So we'll go ahead and end the day. All right, so let's go ahead and bring out the new ones that we got and see what we can tie, if we can tie these to anything. Okay, so betrayal was with Unfriended and Elena's secret. 6 months ago, Maria learned that Elena was using performance-enhancing drugs to excel at chess. Around the same time, the two had an argument that could end their friendship. Why did the pills cause such a fallout? I think it's because Elena was keeping a lot of things from her friend, and, you know, it was also implied that they kind of had more, maybe more of a friendship, or wanted more of one. Okay, there we go. So we've got the betrayal. We were able to unlock that. So let's go ahead and head to bed. Pet the kitty. Okay, day 4. Hugo enters the bar. As he approaches, his eyes dart over to the older woman sitting in the back. You notice his posture stiffen. Is that your mom? Oh my god, it's probably his mom. Of course the old bat would find this place. Okay, that's not his mother. I would hope he wouldn't call his mother that. Not the nicest thing to say about my customers. You know this woman? I have the misfortune, yes. She's a well-known local problem for the constabulary. Her name is Elena Ernest. I can't deny she was once a formidable talent and an effective detective. Effective detective? Yes, eventually she grew tired of police work and turned in her badge to become a private investigator. It's a lucrative path to follow, and she abandoned duty to pursue fortune. Rather than use her skills to hunt down criminals, she takes a small fortune investigating high-profile art thefts and espionage. I fail to see the issue. Seems like a waste of talent. Our problem is the press, and the public know her name. When the constabulary is seen to be dragging its feet with an investigation, pressure mounts on us to give her a call. And inevitably, she eventually waltzes in. If she wants to masquerade as a too-big gumshoe, I don't give a damn. But I can't abide this ambiguity. Oh my goodness. I can't abide by this ambiguity. Either she's a detective or a PI. There are two different worlds, and she has one foot in each, and I wish to the goddess she would just choose. You asked a bartender for help. I think she wants to keep people safe. I mean, you asked a bartender for help. The ice underneath you is getting thinner with every smart comment you make. If I set aside my emotions for a moment, there's no denying that she's a talented, experienced investigator. Use her knowledge to your advantage. Get on her good side, and she might share her insights. But understand that she has no time for fools. I'll keep it in mind. Good. Now, as I promised, I came here to bring you the case file. I trust you've already gotten to know our suspects. I think I've spoken to most of them. I've spoken to all 4 of them. A good start. It seems you've been laying down your groundwork. Now it's time to see what you can shake loose. Try to find out who had motive to kill Elena, who is capable of the crime, and who has an alibi that would cross them off our list. I'll drop by every day. Don't hesitate to call me if you need to talk through what you found. As long as you can get me those pieces, I can build a case out of it. Good luck, bartender. I'll see you around. See you, detective. Okay, so there we go. That's what we got our little case book here. Okay, so far we haven't built anything for this just yet. But we will get to the bottom of it. The older woman that Hugo introduced as Elena Ernest sits down on the stool. There's an aura of authority around her that only comes with age. Her expression is pleasant and polite, but you know it can become stern in a flash. Fascinating how Detective Mertens walks in and out of here, unbothered by the fact it's the same business he once shut down. I would introduce myself, but I suspect that, given the look on Detective Mertens' face when he saw me, he's already told you who I am. Still, I enjoy these kinds of pleasantries, even if they're redundant. I am Elena Ernest, former detective at the Brookview Police Department and current private investigator. Almost retired, but not quite. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elena. Yes, more. It's a pleasure to meet you. Since I'm no longer on the Constabulary's payroll, there's no need for me to feel guilty about enjoying a drink at an illegal bar. Could you mix something for me, dear? What sort of flavors do you enjoy? Would simply fruity flavors be enough for you to work with? Could you mix something for me, dear? You place a glass on the table. 1 drink coming up. Let's see if Vincent knows how to hire decent staff. Okay, so she likes fruity, so the Pirate Joy comes, to my brain instantly. So let's go with that one. Passable. I can drink this. After Vincent told me about Hugo's antics, I decided it would be a good idea to visit this place. I heard you've been roped in to help. That is correct. The murder of Elena Dragos, 7 days and no progress. The first correct deduction Hugo made was realizing that he is out of his depth, floundering like a drowning man looking at a receding shoreline. A year ago, after that high-profile case, he was flying high, but he's in decline now, and he knows it. We're seeing him on the way back down. The waxen wings melted pretty quickly. I'll speak plainly here. I'm here to help as a favor for 3 people. First, Vincent. He's an old friend, and his reputation depends on whether or not you can help Hugo solve this. Second is Fang Bei, the owner of the Tea Terrace. She's innocent in all this, and it would help me sleep at night knowing she's no longer on the police's suspect list. And the final person? Me. This case is special. I need to be involved. Hugo warned me about this. I could certainly use the help. Why is it special to you? Why is it special to you? We can discuss that further if you earn my trust. I was investigating in Brookview before Hugo was born. When you need wisdom and experience, speak with me. The price for my insight is the information you provide. For you, the deal will be a good one. Whether you make use of my services or not is up to you, of course. Now thanks for the drink, darling. I'll be heading out. Goodbye, Elena. She kind of looks like Ellen. She kind of looks like Elena. I wonder if it's her mom, because her mom disappeared from what I know. It gets busier in here. I hope the drinks are good. They are. Okay, so we need to post that up, and we need to ask him that as well. Okay, so we do know his favorite drink is a Liberty. Although it's not a large alcohol content. But since we're still just kind of asking him questions right now and trying to boost his affinity, or Oh my god, I do that every time. His affection. We'll go with this one. Okay, oh my, this is excellent, perfectly balanced, well done. Okay, so are you coming here more often than recently? I don't think you're begrudging me a drink at this hard time. I guess not. Elena's death, an imminent war, my financial destitution, my friends constantly letting me down. These are the darkest of days. Drink as much as you need to feel better. Drink won't solve your problems. I mean, yeah, it's not going to solve your problem. But I wonder if this one would make him feel better. I don't know. I don't know if any of these are going to get us. Let's just try this one. It did. Indeed, I plan to. Well, what else can we discuss? Okay, so now we can get his annoyed because we got him up far enough. But we still have to figure out where we can get his alcohol up without getting him too drunk. So that's a +6. Okay, so we want to give him something that's a +6. Okay, you seemed annoyed. Things spiraled out of control so quickly. Every time life knocks me down, I feel like people gather around to see me fail or kick me while I'm down. I trust you know what happened to Elena. I do. We were dating until she broke things off with me a couple weeks ago. She stopped taking my telephony machine calls. When I confronted her on the boulevard, she said her friends don't like me. They thought I was using her for her money. Me. Using her. Did you? That's a horrible thing to say. I know the proles don't exactly have it easy, but there's a simplicity to how they can find new work. Someone like me can't adapt as quickly as they can. My refinement is a kind of detriment. I get it. What hurt more was how Elena tried to keep my critics anonymous. And if it's not obvious that Maria had filled her head with this nonsense, who else? I was trying to get a sense of normalcy back in my life, and Wendy invited me to the tea terrace. It wasn't long before I was thrown straight back into the drama. Sure enough, I had only just come to terms with losing Elena's romantic feelings when I lost her. I understand. Well, what else shall we discuss? I mean, he does seem down. I really don't think he did it. But, I mean, he does kind of have a good motive for it. But like I said, I don't think it's him. Okay, so dumped. Killian admitted that Elena broke up with him a few weeks before her death as her friends didn't like him, claiming he was using her for money. Let's ask about this. You're telling me someone was leeching away her wealth this whole time? That's appalling. Who would do such a thing? Okay, so he acts like he doesn't know about it. Someone who knew about the pills. But I told everyone. Is this all my fault? See if he knows about the unfriending. Oh yeah, I remember that day. It wasn't pretty. I'd never seen Elena cry like that before. Do you know what the fight was about? No clue. She didn't want to tell me anything, but I assume Maria started it. What makes you say that? She's always been an annoyance, so I was happy to have her out of our lives, but Elena flew off the handle when I told her as much. She never really got over Maria either. My mother's expecting me back soon. I should get a hustle. Like, you should have never told her that, first of all. Let's bring Maria over. Okay, she's just always in a freaking bad mood. Okay, so we need to get her affection up to be able to ask her that and get her in a better mood. So, yeah, let's go ahead and make her an ambush since this is her favorite. So we got her in a good mood. But we don't have her affection up enough. But let's go. There are friends that can support you. Who? How about Killian? How about Miss Bay? How about Wendy? Well, I mean, she doesn't care for Killian or Wendy, so let's go with Miss Bay. She's reached out, but I keep telling her I need space and time. I guess I could talk to her. She was kind to Elena, to both of us. It's Elena I need to talk to. And we stopped talking for so long, I forgot how mad I was at her. At the tea house, I was happy we were reconciling, but that anger, it didn't go away. And it still hasn't gone away. Did that anger make you do something? You couldn't control the anger? Like, you couldn't control it? No, I still can't. I don't care what happens now. What about your family? Back on the farm? Mom is too busy keeping my brothers out of trouble and running the house. Dad had a stroke. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. He smiles more now and shouts less. He's happy enough. They all are. But they don't need me, and I don't think they can help me here. I have to do it alone. Let's catch up. Okay, so I think, yeah, we opened it enough now that we can ask her about, can you tell me about Elena, and hopefully, you know, it doesn't put her in too bad of a mood. She was like sunlight cracking the clouds. Without her, I just feel like, where do I even start? It's also unfair. Maria hunches over a drink and a tear rolls down her nose and lands in the bar. I didn't realize growing up was just leaving things behind over and over. When my mom was ill, she said she'd hoped dying was like being a sleepy kid at a party. When you can't keep your eyes open, your dad lifts you to bed, and listening to the laughter in the other room, you drift off to sleep. Elena didn't get that. Not fucking close. All she had was fear and panic, and when she died, her gasps didn't stop. They carried on inside me. I knew her, and I know how she felt at the end. Nobody knows me the way she did. And now she's gone. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know who did it right now. We just need some more clues. What is this, your idea of a sick joke? This letter was found in Elena's home. No, I don't believe you. She's not that kind of person. You have no idea what the letter could be talking about? None whatsoever. Okay, so she insists she doesn't know about it. Killian was a leech, and she was right to break things off, if you ask me. You really dislike him, don't you? Oh, please, is that what he says? I don't dislike Killian. I just think he's spineless, intellectually lazy, and too defeatist to apply himself to anything. It's not that he's without merit, but Elena could do better than a boy that's too afraid of his parents to develop any passions of his own. Harsh, but probably fair. You're treading on very thin ice. Why are you prying like this? I'm just trying to understand. I'm not sure you even could understand. After Elena's father made his fortune, she had everything. New friends, new opportunities. She shared it all with me, even though I never asked for anything but her friendship. But it wasn't enough. Any day she could lose it all again. All those doors would close and her friends would be gone. That's why she was desperate to stay on top. As a champion, she could stand on her own. I just wish she'd considered my feelings. I deserved a chance to be her equal. Let's catch up. Oh, no, I didn't mean to ask that again. Oh, crap. I was trying to skip through it and ended up clicking on it again. There. Miss Bay may have saved our lives. Why are you treating her with such suspicion? You don't think it's a little odd? No, I don't. She knew Elena was perfectly healthy, so of course it wasn't a natural cause. And her knowing to administer charcoal? If someone being smarter than you makes someone suspicious, you must be nervous a lot. Touché. Possessing knowledge is not a crime. I'm off. It's late and I have work in the morning. Bye. Okay, so we got a little bit more out of her. Okay, so we still have some things we need to get out of her. We need a +6. She doesn't care for this one, though. This only gives us 1. Let's try it anyways. Does that... I don't know if that would give us enough. I might have had to do the 7. But if it's not, we always have other evidence we can show her to ask her. Okay, that did. Good. Or did we get the... We might have already gotten these, because they're still grayed out. Okay, so we don't need these. Oh my goodness, we have a lot to ask. Okay, so let's start here. It still haunts me to see her like that. Probably to my dying day. Please don't make me relive that moment. I apologize. Elena, the poor girl. She's had so much on her shoulders. If I'd only known, she never told me about this. Oh yes, I remember. No manners, that boy. So what do you recommend today? That's all she could give us. See if she knows anything about her secret. No, I don't believe that. Elena had a stressful life. If she was taking medication, I'm sure she had a good reason for it. She's a responsible girl. Okay, maybe she knows about the fight between them. I don't really see how that's any business of mine, dear. Oh, thanks anyway. Okay, so we didn't get anything new out of her. I don't think Wendy really has a whole lot to offer, but, you know, we'll just try to boost our relationship up with her. She does like the one night stand. Okay, let's go with that. Did you know Maria well? I certainly do. How is the poor girl? I think she'll be alright. She's a mess. I think she'll be alright. I suppose we have a very different way of seeing things. I can't imagine what she must be going through. Actually, she probably would have liked to hear she's a mess. How strong was their friendship? Not as strong as it used to be. Though you might be asking the wrong person in this regard. Some see the best in people. I usually have an eye for the worst. At times like this, it does me no credit. Take Maria, for example. She always seems so comfortable being in Elena's shadow. Always unbothered by seeing her reflection in that second place silver trophy, because her best friend was by her side. Sometimes I wonder what it would take to break that attitude. Like I said, seeing the worst in people can make me seem unkind at the moment like this. But I wonder if Maria was made to play second fiddle just a little too long. Of course. Okay, so we did get a clue out of that. We all make mistakes, bartender, but the richer you are, the more good-for-nothing wastrels will be chomping at the bit to try and make a profit out of you. In my family, we know how to quietly deal with these sorts of hiccups, but poor Elena was never blessed with that kind of old money wisdom. If only she confided in me. I told you this in confidence, bartender. I hope you won't go spreading around. Leave the girl some dignity in her death, Okay, so I forgot. She did give us that one. It's all rather pathetic, isn't it? The boy never did have the brains to become a doctor or a lawyer, nor the work ethic to succeed in business or politics, leaving little else that Mummy Dearest would approve of. Such is the struggle of the nouveau rich. When your wealth is fleeting and hard won, you can never rest on your laurels. It's a shame, really. It's not like Killian doesn't have any merits. An eye for beauty, for one thing. Oh yes, that was not a happy day for him. Was he very upset about being dumped? Of course, he had had an eye on Elena for years, even before she became rich. He never could resist a pretty blonde that was smarter than him. A bar so low your average golden retriever could probably cross it. But of course, he only approached her after she'd earned her fortune. It's far too late for a lady like me to be out alone. I'm finding a chaperone and heading home. I mean, the fact that he had an eye on her before kind of says something. You know, it wasn't, I mean, even though it probably was about her money, he would thought maybe if he could get with Elena, it would secure him to not be dependent on his parents' wealth. But, you know, she said he had an eye on her before she was rich. So, you know, when she probably worked with his mother as a nurse. All right, so let's make Vincent a drink. You find a glass. We'll make him his favorite because I don't see any reason to try to get him drunk right now. Okay, let's just go ahead and ask some of these questions. So, what was all the trouble with Detective Mertens? Don't worry too much about our friend Hugo. I can handle him. Handle him? He was threatening us. Handle him? Please, I assure you I have done my due diligence. I am confident we have leverage over the detective, but I doubt we will have to use it. You didn't tell me this before I signed on. The police know all about us. Don't create a ruckus. You must trust that I've put measures in place to protect us. Relax. I am not a reckless gentleman. He needs us, and I think he knows how tenuous all of our positions are if we don't play together nicely. You still should have told me. I guess I'll just have to trust you. Yes, very good. Please just go along with Detective Merton's request, and I will take care of the rest. Well then, what shall we discuss today? Are there any good food establishments nearby? Yes, the Boulangeria on the boulevard is splendid, and they always bake me a fresh baguette when I take my morning stroll through the park. Any other types of food? Yes, the pastory, the bakery, the pastry shop, the macaroon cafe, and that lovely new establishment that puts honey inside the pretzels. Are you hungry? Those are all cake places. Like, are you hungry? Well, what do you expect? You know I have a sweet tooth. Everybody knows, most especially my dentist. Might you indulge me for a moment and help settle an argument between me and my friend Albert? Tell me, if you had to choose one pastry, just one, what would you choose? And I know pastries may not be the right name, but let's not bog down in semantics. Albert says one choice is objectively better, and I disagree. So please, share your choice. You only get to keep one, the superior option. You can choose cookies, croissants, donuts, or pretzels. Choose wisely. Those aren't pastries. Cookies, croissants, donuts. Oh man. Oh my god. I honestly I love all those things. I love cookies, I love croissants, I love donuts, and I love pretzels. But when I think of sweets, honestly, even though I know you can put like cinnamon sugar on a pretzel, and he even mentioned honey in a pretzel, which that's probably his choice. Um, I don't consider that a pastry. I consider it more like of a savory type thing. You know, it's not a pastry to me. um, but honestly, I think I'd have to go with donuts because donuts are good and like they're just like the best of everything. I'm gonna go donuts. Oh, so that's what he would choose. Correct. And not those powdered sugar ones. Something glazed, ideally with cinnamon, like they eat in the colonies. Perfection. Well, this was most enjoyable. I'm warming up to you, you know. You're finding your feet here. Very good. I must speak with Albert soon and inform him of the outcome. Any family in Brookavie, Vincent? Not anymore. Flora passed away 4 years ago. I could barely say her name for the first two. It really doesn't get easier, you know. Your wife? Who's Flora? Well, we know it's his wife. We were married for 39 years. It would be nice if we could have finished on a nice round number, but the illness didn't give us a year. She was gone in 2 months. What illness? Are you ready to talk about it? I am now, but thank you for checking. If war does break out, disease will ravage the continent just like the last time. People younger and healthier than Flora will suffer. But we shouldn't dwell on such morose thoughts. I am confident our leaders will guide us through this tricky passage and find a path to peace. Me too. Meanwhile, I'll continue to try to help the community in any way I can. And one way I can help the common man and woman is with this cheery establishment. Flora would have ordered a gin with lime and spent many hours down here with us all. Excuse me a moment. I think I need to talk about something else. Vincent stares off into the distance. You should talk about something else. And we did get his affection up, so that's good. Let's say, let's go ahead and get his drink one out of the way. Something classy with red wine served over ice and a lemon. I love sucking on one afterwards. I can work with that. Okay, and then let's go ahead. How's business at Libraria? Things are going quite well. I believe I've spotted a few familiar faces here in the bar. Some of my customers from the bookshop are making their way here. Would you happen to know Maria? I always liked that girl ever since we met last year. She may be of modest birth, but she's got the spirit of an educated soul. Besides spending time reading at the bar, she also frequents my bookshop, looking for interesting literature. Always different topics, too. What sort of topics? Well, let's see. The history of Tessara, some books on chess, obviously, and some of those woman's romance books. Though I notice she likes the ones where the lady and the gentleman don't end up together. And a few weeks ago, she purchased a classic encyclopedia about all the botanical poisons of Burkevy. Fascinating text and gorgeous illustrations to boot. In light of recent events, that probably wasn't the most discreet thing to reveal. I'm sure it's a complete coincidence. Bah. Ignore the ramblings of this old man. Let's change the subject, shall we? Let's do that. It's getting late. So she was looking up poison plants. Hugo, darling, down here. You're still not going to let me serve you a drink, are you? You jerk. Okay, anything else I should know about Elena? Keep conversation with her to a minimum. She's accustomed to manipulating experienced detectives and seasoned criminals. She'll eat you for breakfast. You want me to avoid her? As much as you can, while still using her skills in the investigation. Would she say the same about you? Undoubtedly. How do I know who to trust? Because I just told you who to trust. Do you have any questions for me or new information to share? Oh, honey, I got tons of information. It sounds credible. The timeline sure lines up. But why would Elena's use of medication have sparked a conflict this serious? I would understand a reaction of concern or disapproval from Maria, but anger strong enough to end a lifelong friendship. There must be more to this. Interesting. A vengeful ex-boyfriend turning to murder is a tale as old as time, but I doubt this was a mere crime of passion. Perhaps getting cut off from Elena's wealth had some financial repercussions for Mr. Durand. See what else you can dig up. Well, usually crimes of passion, they involve stabbings. 9 times out of 10. And we're looking at this realistically because I listen to a lot of crime podcasts. I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here. Sorry, everyone. Now, I'm not sure how the devs come off on the crime genre. I mean, obviously, they did a game about it. But stabbings are usually between lovers. They're more personal. Poisoning, which is what happened to Elena, is more of a woman's crime. Women are more likely to poison either themselves or others because it doesn't leave a mess. And it's kind of interesting because I'm leaning towards Maria, and I feel like there was a little bit more between Maria and Elena. I think they both had feelings for each other. Though I think Elena also had feelings for Killian, because she even, in the first one, she even talked to us and said, how this guy was different. And, she was considering making it serious, probably even leading to marriage with Killian. But I think her love for Maria kind of got in the way of that. And I don't know. I really think it might have been Maria. I think Maria, I think she felt used. I think she felt like Elena used her. And I think Elena used her when she was single. That's what I think. And, that's why I think she disliked Killian so much. Granted, he's, a rich tosh, but, I think he actually did care for Elena in his own weird way. And I don't think Maria liked that because I think there's that jealousy factor. So right now I'm sussing Maria, especially from the fact that it was a poisoning. Because like I said, I don't know how the devs are doing this with it. But in most crimes, women will typically use poison. Now, that's not to say that they don't use guns, they don't use knives. It happens. But typically it is poison. And, the fact that she looked up a book on poisons in Burkevy, little sus. Just saying. Maria must have cared for Elena a great deal. It's starting to seem rather unlikely that she's our killer. Still, how well do you or I really know her? She doesn't seem like much of an actress to me, but let's run this past the people that know her well, just to be sure. It takes a lot of humility to be content living in someone's shadow, but nothing will poison a friendship faster than envy and ambition. Something clearly happened between these two, but what? See what you can piece together. I mean, this is a motive. We unlocked a motive for her. Maria bought a book on poisons from Libraria mere weeks before the incident. Coincidence or not, that does not look good for her. Excellent work, bartender. I mean, it seems so odd that she would buy that. Now, granted, maybe she was just interested. Maybe she had, heard about something or, something like that. But it's the first motive we got. And that could be why she's in such a dour mood, because I think she did something. And I think my theory is, now I don't know if it's true or not, I feel like she might have switched her pills. And I think she did it to kind of point out to her, hey, you don't need those. You're really good at chess. You don't need these stimulants to make you better than what you are. And I think she poisoned her by accident. And I think that's what it's going to end up being. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I feel like that's what it could be. Okay, so I'm going to bring these out and go ahead and, check everything. There we go, checkmate. So betrayal and second fiddle. Marie accepted her always ending in second place as long as she believed Elena won her matches fairly. Once she discovered Elena had been using illegal performance enhancement medication, it could have been a reason to seek revenge against her former friend. And right there, that gave her a motive. Now, we don't have a defense for her just yet. Oh, dumped in homecoming, so cut off. After Elena broke up with Killian, Killian no longer had access to her money and was forced to move back in with his controlling parents. Would he have found another way to circumvent their financial restrictions? Possibly. I feel like there's more clues in this one than the first one. Oh, there we go. Killian's freedom and blackmail. So Killian was cut off from Elena's money after their breakup, and his spending is heavily restricted by his controlling parents. He could have resorted to blackmailing Elena for her money. Wendy Brooker sits down at the bar, a serene smile on her face. Got something to celebrate, Wendy? Celebrate isn't quite the appropriate word, though we do indeed have something to look forward to. It is time for another sojourn back to the family mansion. I try to visit once a month. While the area around it has always been quite dull, I do enjoy the opulence of my childhood manor. Ever consider inviting them to visit you in Brookhaven? How's your relationship with your family? I don't know if you ever considered inviting the Brookhaven. You sly fox, looking to attract more affluent customers to your bar. No, I'm afraid they're too deeply rooted in their hometown. Lots of historical attachment and whatnot. I do hope the train ride is a little more comfortable than last time. While it beats the old stagecoach my family used to take before this new invention, there's just something awkward about sharing your means of travel with strangers. I'll say a little prayer for you. I love the train. Look, I'll say a prayer for you. Oh, we found a clue. I should be back next week. Don't miss me too much, darling. Keep the lights on for me. Bye. Oh, she's leaving. Isn't she a suspect? That's sus. Oh, look, he's sitting down over here because she's sitting at his table. He's like, fuck that, I ain't sitting there. Vincent Florer, humming a tune, descends the stairs and enters the speakeasy underneath his bookstore. Everything going smoothly with the case, bartender? Could be better, sure. Very good. I might have something to help it run even smoother. Have you ever noticed that large machine installed in the back there? No, it's been covered this whole time. So that's what was under there. I can't say it. Look, so that's what's under there. That machine. It's called the STAK. It's like a wondrous digital library that can consult about any piece of information you'd wish to learn, or so I've been told. I received it as a gift from a university I once sponsored, but I admit I've never really tested it myself. Technology and I have never really seen eye to eye. Vincent fishes a small copper key out of his pocket and places it on the bar top, sliding it across to you. I'm entrusting you with it from here on out. Perhaps you can find some use for it gathering intel and the like. It's really the least I could do after getting us both involved in this situation. Thank you, Vincent. Interesting. Now I gotta check this thing out. Stack. The stack stands in the corner of the bar. This model was modified to operate on 0.25 lei coins. But with the master key you received from Vincent, you can use it as often as you like. Flip the power switch at the back. Full reboot, power up the stack for the first time was the achievement. You flip the power switch. After a brief whirling noise, the monitor lights up and you are met with a simple prompt. Welcome to the stack. Search a topic. Oh, Detective Hugo Mertens. You know he's going to be the first one we look up. Registered. Detective Hugo Nestor Mertens. Nestor? That's his middle name. I'm going to use that against him. Is a detective for the Brookavy police force who has been mentioned in 7 articles. He is not Tessarian. There is mention of Detective Mertens of the Brux Police Constabulary in the country of Belgium. The earliest mention of Detective Mertens in Tessara was 1926. He's listed as one of the youngest detectives in Tessara, having received a promotion in November last year after his work on the Brookavy killer case. The police were unable to apprehend the presumed perpetrator, Elliot Lynn, though no more cases have occurred since his disappearance. That's all the information I have. Vincent Florer. Registered. Vincent Florer, born in 1872 in Brookavy, patriarch of the current generation of the Florer family. I found many mentions of Mr. Florer's financial contributions to numerous municipal projects. There's also a record of 2 political donations and half a dozen university papers listed. Silas Tech lists Mr. Florer as a primary investor during Stack's initial development. He received one of the first prototypes, as well as a lifetime subscription to the service. Mr. Florer oversees the Florer Foundation, which has business interests in the political, administrative, and charitable spheres of Tessara. I also have a police report that shows Mr. Florer was cautioned last year for running an illicit speakeasy. The report mentions Constable Hugo Mertens as the officer making the report. Bastard. I'm still mad at him. Elena Ernest. Registered. Elena Ernest, born 1867, first customary search indicates her name is mentioned in a dozen press articles. A more comprehensive search would give more detailed results. Elena Ernst worked as a Brookavy Police Department detective until the late 90s, when she switched careers to become a private investigator. She solved many crimes, including a double homicide in Brookavy in 1899, where the constabulary failed to make progress until she came aboard. Why does it say, how does this machine work? I'm going to look up everybody else first. Elena Drogos, registered. Elena Drogos was born in 1906. She was a very successful chess player and was on track to make Grandmaster within the next 5 years. She was the child of Alexander Drogos, a notable gambler who made a fortune playing poker, and her mother is not listed. While not named in any article, some sources claim her mother left the family to join a cult known as the Deus Aria in the year 1911. Elena Dragos was pronounced dead at the age of 22 as the victim of a suspected murder while visiting a tea house in Brookavy. Would you like a printout of the article detailing the event? No thanks, I already have one. Thank you for using our database. This is kind of cool. Maria Popa, registered. Maria Popa was born in 1906 in Brookavy. Is a chess player known for her 1921 first-place finish in the Tessarian Northern Regionals Chess Grand Prix. She won a tournament in 1921 at age 15. She's a local to Brookavy, according to chess periodicals. She's achieved top 3 finishes in several more competitions, though we can't find the tournament names. Killian Duran, registered. Killian Duran, born in 1905 as the child of businessman Maurice Duran and Dr. Agatha Duran. Several articles contain documents regarding applications for a variety of notable universities and colleges in and around the nation of Tessara. None of them are marked for approval, as all the attached applications tests display a grade below the accepted standard. He was able to start medical studies at Brookavy University as a legacy student due to his mother's status as an alumnus. but dropped out in the second year. Okay, Wendy Brooker, registered. Brooker is a common surname in Tessara. Nothing else about Wendy Brooker? Records show no notable entries with that name, even in the context of old money. Please hold. Reason, records for old money families are often missing or incomplete. This can happen for many reasons, but sometimes it's because they have the resources to protect their privacy. The monitor seems to be receiving more information, but the connection is slow, and for a while, no new text appears. You periodically look back at the screen to see if there's anything new. As you're about to flick the switch to reset the terminal, a response finally appears. Query complete for all registered old money families. Their marriages, relationships, children, and adoption with mention of the individual, Wendy Brooker. 0 matches found. Please note the archives may be incomplete due to privacy restrictions. Huh. Nothing on her? Is she even who she says she is, or is she a philanderer? Okay, Feng Bei, registered. Feng Bei, born in 1873, Miss Bei migrated from the Empire of Huexia to Tessara in 1893 and is the current proprietress of a small tea house called the Tea Terrace, just off the central boulevard of Brookavy. Local articles from Tessarian newspapers focused on a recent murder that took place at her establishment. Please give me some time to find more information and translations from Hexian papers. A series of 3 dots begin to loop on the screen of the terminal. Since this will take some time, you decide to return to the bar and check in later. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the screen flashes and a new prompt appears. Research translation complete. Thank you for your patience. Feng Bei was mentioned in an article from Huexian newspapers regarding a mass poisoning that took place at a tea house where she was employed as a waitress. The constabulary asked me to translate this particular newspaper 6 years ago, and I still have it on file. An old, wealthy family that visited had become the target of a vigilante organization set on strategic assassinations of ancient, affluent crime families. At the time, no evidence was found at the scene. They could incriminate any of the staff, and the investigation was quickly closed with the vigilante organization claiming responsibility for the attack. That is all I could find. Huexian newspapers are hard to come by, and they're difficult to translate. More thorough investigation would require several months of processing time. Interesting. So she was involved. Now, it could just be she worked there. And that might be why she knew you could use charcoal. But that is very interesting. But I don't see any reason for her to do it. Okay, lethal poisons of Tessara registered. Sorry, did you say you want information on lethal poisons? Yes. Please clarify the reason for this query. Such information may violate our safety protocols. It's for research. You are not the only person to ask about this topic recently. Are you pursuing this query in a professional context? I'm working with the Detective Mertens. Confirmed. There are hundreds of lethal poisons. Which ones are you interested in? Poisons that are hard to detect in drinks. Confirmed. Results will be filtered to those marked as botanical poisons, whose natural essence will not greatly alter the taste of beverages. There's a brief delay. Results. The most commonly used botanical poisons in Tessarian history are Wildheart, Reaper's Cap, Luxbane, and Moss Mold. Most deaths are accidental, though there are some historical examples of assassination via these poisons. Proprieties. Confirmed. Now listing all proprieties of common botanical poisons of Tessara when a lethal dose is ingested. Wildheart. Take time to take effect 1 hour. Symptoms: sweating and increased blood pressure, leading to a heart attack. Reaper's Cap. Time to take effect 8 hours. Symptoms: skin rash, hallucinations, and severe internal hemorrhaging. Well, we know it's not that. Well, if it's given us this picture, it's probably this one. Luxbane. Time to take effect 4 hours. Symptoms: severe coughing and convulsions with death by asphyxiation. Moss Mold. Time to take effect 30 minutes. Symptoms: severe psychosis that can lead to suicidal ideation. All of these poisons are native only to Tessara and found in and around rural areas. Methods of harvest and extraction will not be shared due to safety protocols. Okay, how does this machine work? Registered. The Silas Tech Archive Connection Stack is a major step forward in information technology. It connects users via radio phone terminal with operators who will answer user queries with the comfort of their homes. It's time to trade in your encyclopedias and stick with Stack. There's a person answering all these questions? Confirmed. My name is Isla, and I'm an operator for Silas Tech. How can I assist you today? How do you know all these things? The finest reference material ever printed, cross-referenced by skilled, articulate information officers like me. Interesting. Confirmed. My name is Isla. Okay, so we already did that. What does an operator do? Are there other operators? Operators are trained information officers ready to help manage your searches. Operators are designated on per console basis, though some consoles may share operators. If I'm not meeting your expectations, please let us know. Should you wish to change a different operator, you can submit a request from the main menu. You are doing wonderfully. Okay, that would be all. All right, so Brookavy Speakeasies. Brookavy Speakeasies registered. Under the current Tessarian prohibition law written and signed as Article RCH, Section 2, Case OH, the practice of serving alcohol beverages is banned outside of religious practices. Are you sure you didn't mean Brookavy bars? No, I meant speakeasies. Actually, I forget. No, I meant speakeasies. Silas Tech doesn't keep records of illegal establishments. However, for reasons of historical preservation, would you like me to list one? The nightcap on Brookavy, but why would I... Isn't that our... No, that's... Yeah, that's ours. Actually, never mind. I don't know if I want to say that. I don't think I... Wait a minute, did I... However, for reasons of historical preservation, would you like to list one? What if I list that? The nightcap on Brookavy Boulevard. The Silas Tech records have been updated with this new information. Thank you for your contributions towards the preservation of Tessarian history and culture. There's a brief pause where you expect the terminal to return to the main menu, but the entry remains on the current message. For a moment, you believe the machine is frozen, only for the screen to update once more with an unexpected question. Off the record, what was the speakeasy? What was the speakeasy like? How were the drinks? Good. Confirmed. Thank you for contributing to our database. Before the terminal reloads the main menu, a couple of characters flash up on the display for a second. Oh, it's a winky face. You're gonna show up, aren't you? Okay, how do I, oh, here we go, in conversation. Do you want to log off? Log off. Oh, that was wild. Okay, here we have a, eavesdrop. I couldn't get over how balmy the weather was today. Dreadful to know these might be the last good days we'll get before it's nothing but sleet and icy winds for months. Makes me feel so pressured to savor it. Aye, but every season has its merits, hasn't it? If not just the remainder, or the reminder that the world is still spinning on despite it all. Besides, we've already had a pretty good run this year around, I say. Oh, I don't know. There's so much we haven't done yet, too. Why don't you and I go for a walk beyond the city tomorrow, before it gets too cold? I've been meaning to drag you up to the Finlands one of these days. It's so beautiful out there. Tomorrow? Yes. There's this lovely little, braderie happening on the Piazza di Peste tomorrow morning. And they have this one stall that sells the most delightful little, Vigno series. Absolutely delectable, especially their eclairs. That does sound all right, but... Right? We could pick some up on the way, and I'll have Andre prepare us a little basket so we can picnic at the lookout point for lunch. Andre? Oh, he's just my butler. Anyways, I once saw this funny red duck somewhere around there, and you absolutely must tell me what it is if we find it again. I'm sure you know all about it. Lucas. I'm not sure if it'll rain, but I'll pack us an umbrella anyway. I don't have binoculars, though, so I'll leave that part to Lucas. Lucas's chattering falls silent as Bjorn stops him with a gentle touch on the knee. That all sounds absolutely wonderful, but I have to work tomorrow. Oh, you can't take a day off? If only. They still haven't gotten the union off the ground, not for lack of trying. After the last attempt, I'll be lucky to get time off for Yule. That's unfortunate. Well, why don't we do it on Sunday morning then? There'll be no market, of course, but I know another bakery that isn't too far out of the way. Césaire usually has the day off on Sundays, though. Césaire? I thought his name was Andre. Oh no, Césaire's my chauffeur. Anyway, I'm sure if I ask nicely, he'll... Lucas. I'll drive us. I'll make us gammon and egg sandwiches and pick you up at 8. How's that sound? That sounds wonderful. What am I in the mood for today? Okay, what sort of drinks do you like, Peter? I like proper drinks. Something dark and bitter. Seems my old favorite's off the menu anyway. Has that made you dark and bitter? How about you leave the jokes and stick to mixing, bartender? What am I in the mood for today? I mean, he's kind of grumpy, isn't he? Especially when he's after me for money. Okay, so let's go ahead and give him his favorite. Didn't think anyone could figure out my favorite flavors. Impressive. What am I in the mood for today? Why do you work for Carla? You got a problem with me working for Carla? It's no business of yours where I get my scratch, so watch your mouth. I work for whoever can afford me and needs my unique skill set. I'm a freelancer in a competitive market, afloat on the seas of supply and demand. It's all economics, really. Are you a freelancer for Carla? Right now, yes. What's she like? Do you really want to know? Think carefully. I can talk to you about what people know about her, or I can tell you about her nature. Her true nature. My advice is this. You can't unknow things. Make sure you have the stomach for the question you ask. What do people say about what's her true nature? Someone like Carla doesn't need to get her hands dirty very often, but you can't forget where she came from and what she did to get where she is now. She sat down with the old boss king. They had a face-to-face. Can you believe that? The two most dangerous people alive sat opposite each other at a table like it was another business meeting. Slicing up the city, deciding who got what. King got the casinos, Carla got the racetracks. Carla gets the protection rackets, King does the laundry. Only problem was, Carla decided her piece of cake wasn't big enough. At the end of the meeting, they can't reconcile. But King doesn't seem worried. He goes up to Carla and reaches out a hand. I guess he thought, at the end of the day, she's just a dame. They was both unarmed. What could she do to him? What did she do? She took his hand, but then she looks him in the eye and says, "It's already done." What was already done? That's what he asked. He didn't seem nervous, but he should be. She explains all your men, all your connections, everyone you think you can rely on, they're already gone. Gone? Gone. One way or another, most she killed, a few she turned. She knew the meeting wasn't going to work out, but it was all a distraction, the final part of a meticulous plan, years in the making. What did he say? It was too late for him to say or do anything, and in that moment, the craziest thing was, he believed her. It would be easier to dismiss her words as a bluff, but he knew. He knew she was telling the truth. How did she do it? Bombs hid in radio cars, hitmen waiting in cafes, poison in wine, piano wire around the neck. I hear she iced 47 guys, all in a 10-minute window during that one meeting. Can you imagine the planning that takes? She even had King's boys who were standing outside the meeting room strung up, waiting for him like decorations. The guys in the room already turned too. That's why Carla is dangerous. They say anger is the strongest emotion, but the quickest. It's gone in a flash. Not for Carla. Her anger is cold, and it waits, and it never goes away. That's how I judge people. Our true nature isn't what we show to people. Our true nature is what we are capable of, what we can hold on to, and what can we do when someone threatens what we have. That's who we are. What am I in the mood for today? Wow. Okay, any good work stories? Stories from my work? You sure you got the stomach for that? Yes, actually, yes. I guess I could tell you about when me, Gillard, and Ronzi did a spot at a rundown outpost store in the Ronva Valley. Before we left the city, Ronzi threatened a liquor store owner, and to keep the wolves, us, from the door, he let us borrow his radio cab. It had a big storage unit in the back. You know, like those delivery trucks that bring the fish to market downtown. Anyway, we were all thoroughly inebriated on the bitterberry wine Gillard had secured for us that morning. While those two were taking shots, driving, and drinking, I had a rummage in the back. And you won't believe what I found. What? A fancy dress costume, a big fluffy bear costume. The liquor store owner must have been doing kids' parties at a weekend or something. Anyway, Gillard gets so drunk he puts the costume on while me and Ronzi are taking a piss. The suit was massive, fuzzy, and even had the ears and everything. Fancy stuff. He's stumbling around, making bear noises, and we're all laughing our asses off, but this mad farmer comes running out of the trees. Turned out he lived in a farmhouse nearby, and you will never guess what this guy was worried about. Real bears. Turns out they have big brown ones up there. Poor Gillard didn't even see it coming. Both barrels of the shotgun. Boom. Did this really happen? What? What? You remember what I said at the start, right? What made you think this was going to be a happy story? He was mad. He was a mad bastard anyway. At least he went out in a memorable way. Most other guys I worked with back in those days just had infected stab wounds or pickled their own livers. Poor Gillard. I'd like to think of him in the afterlife, in the goddess's arms, still wearing that stupid bear costume, and he's still growling. What am I in the mood for today? Okay, how do you feel about prohibition? Not good. I hate it too. I understand why we need it. Like, I hate it too. Yeah, in your job, I can see why. Though, I guess there ain't much competition for you right now. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king and all that. But the people in power got their reasons for this prohibition, and they sure don't care about your success or failure as a bartender. Prohibition was a test to see how far they can push us before we push back, and so far, I don't see anyone doing anything but rolling over. That's how you get power over someone. You don't push too far too fast. You bend them to do what you want. Push too hard, and they break. They fight back, or try to get help. That's how I do it. You just keep testing the waters. Push a little, edge into their space, make demands, disrespect them, but not so much they notice, at first. Then one day they wake up and realize it's too late to fight back. You already have them under you. It's too late for them to get indignant to stand up for themselves. You already cut them off at the knees. That's cynical. Is that how you got into this line of work? No one cut me off at the knees. I take orders from whomever pays me, but they don't own me. It's just a job. I collect from people who run, and those people are, in my experience, weak. They got no spine. That's Tessara, though. The Tessarians roll over every chance they got. First, the mobilizations, then prohibition, conscription, it'll be curfew next. It's all about power and how you keep it. Why, though? Why? Because no one is questioning power when they're already on their knees, terrified of war. Trust me, strength recognizes strength. Some days I gotta be a monster. It's in my job description, but there's a worse kind of monster than me. They're called politicians. What am I in the mood for today? Okay, so we've got one more. I mean, in all honesty, he probably doesn't have anything. I wonder if he knows anything about Luxembane, but he probably doesn't use it. Oh yeah, nasty stuff that. You're familiar with it. Never used it myself, if that's what you're getting at. Poison's a weapon for women and cowards. Unfortunately, that does seem to cover the entirety of your suspect list, doesn't it? Tough luck. Okay, it's late. I'm going home. Damn it, man. Okay, so... I think... Do we need this one? I don't know. We might not. But let's see if we can, We need a 6. Let's go with this one. It's a pleasure to see a fellow creative spirit. The improvisation tastes delightful. Let your lips spill secrets they shouldn't. Gossip, darling. Okay, so there we go. Got any gossip about Wendy Brooker? Oh my. It seems the alcohol turned off my capacity for drama. I doubt that. It's a tale I was saving for the radio show on the topic of superficiality. But for you, dear, have you ever noticed how Miss Brooker and I make great efforts when it comes to our public persona? Absolutely, I don't pay much. Absolutely. Then perhaps you've noted that we are not alike, though she may wish it so. Can't say I do. My earrings, choker, headband, all chosen for the occasion. I dress for the impression I want to make in the people I will see. Miss Brooker, meanwhile, always wears the same diamonds for every event. When I pressed her on this, she claimed they were a family heirloom and had sentimental value. I wasn't convinced, so I examined her earrings and that rock she sometimes wears on her finger. And what could be interesting about her jewelry? And? They're not diamonds. They're rhinestones, as fake as the rouge on my cheeks. Moneyed families can fall on hard times, but they sell off their beach houses and fire their help. They don't pawn the family jewels. Refinement sharpens the senses, and without it, a fake can fool many people, but not everyone. I've said enough already. Don't tell anyone. It will spoil the next episode of the show, darling. And I'll know it was you. I wouldn't dare. Oh, okay. See that? That sits there. She might have killed her for the money. And maybe invited Killian to like give her an alibi. I don't know. Okay, so we got this one. What's the recent gossip? Oh, come now, darling. That is not how the game is played. Knowledge is power, and we don't give away our power unless forced. And gossip is knowledge with entertainment value, spicy knowledge, if you will. What does Olivia have to offer? Well, frankly, a lot. But one thing she possesses in greater quality and quantity than anyone else in this little city is gossip. And if you want me to give that away, what can you offer me in return of equal value? I could share some of my gossip. I make delicious cocktails. I could advertise your radio program. How? A little leaflet on the counter, a poster in the window. How gauche? I could just tell people. How about word of mouth? You know, a personal recommendation from an esteemed member of the community, like a skilled bartender, can attract more listeners than 100 posters. Okay, I'll tell my customers to listen to your show. Very good. And in return, I can offer one salacious piece of tittle and or tattle, but only one. The question is, who do you think holds the most interesting secrets? Maria, Fang, Killian, Wendy. Probably Wendy. Yawn, haven't we talked about her already? The girls at the bridge club say she hires a young laborer from the stables to wear a saddle, while she scars his buttocks with a riding crop. But personally, I think she prefers rich old men to stable boys. But I've already said too much. Let's change our focus to weightier subjects. Gossip is like cake, sweet in small portions, but too much can make you feel a little sick. Can we change it? Oh, we can't guess. Maria. Oh, you won't get much drama out of that sad sack, I'm afraid. I mean, fair enough. I don't have a heart of ice. You can see the girl suffers. I wonder what the big argument between her and that Dragos girl was about, though. But I've already said too much. Okay. I don't think that took anything from us to say it again. Fang. Oh no, dear Fang is my close friend. I would never reveal any of her secrets. Not just because we are close and both worship together. She's also not a woman to be crossed. I heard she had a rather colorful history back in Huexia. Okay, and then let's ask about Killian. I hear our friend Killian is drying his tea bags out to reuse them because he spent his mummy's monthly allowance on radio cab journeys to impress a wealthy dowager uptown. A dancer called Hannah. Hot Hannah, no less. Does no one in the city know how to look after their money? I mean, none of that was helpful. Oh, what an unspeakable tragedy. I can still see it all play out before me whenever I close my eyes. Please, dear, I'd rather not discuss this matter again. Unless you have anything juicy for me, let your lips spill secrets they shouldn't. Gossip, darling. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not following you down this path, bartender. Fang Bei is an upstanding, God-fearing woman, and also my friend. I'm not interested. Okay, so she didn't have anything on that. Okay, so she won't talk about her. We gotta make him another drink. Oh yes, I've read about that one once before in an illustrated botanical guide. Beautiful flowers, but very potent indeed. Dreadful to think something so deadly dots many garden and meadow. Okay, so nothing new there. Certainly are taking this detective work seriously. Is it decent to be digging into the poor girl's dirty laundry like this? I need to find out why she was murdered. I suppose so. Needless to say, I know nothing about it, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll just go through. I don't think he knows anything, to be honest, but... I'd rather you didn't tell me things like this, bartender. I despise gossip. Apologies. Unless maybe Fang? Dear goddess, bartender, are these the kinds of things Detective Mertens is having you unearth? Miss Bay has been here long before immigrant workers were imported in droves like they are now, back when our government ran proper background checks. Don't go putting any crazy ideas into your head. I'll admit it isn't exactly common knowledge, but I'm sure Miss Bay has perfectly virtuous reasons for being learned on so macabre a topic. Okay, you didn't have anything to add. I doubt they have anything, but we'll just talk to him. Ooh, that's a 7. I probably shouldn't have given him that. But that doesn't get him drunk, though, I don't think. I think he has a pretty high tolerance, but I can't remember now. Okay, yeah, he needed an 8. Okay, any friends joining you tonight? I don't really know many people on the boulevard or in Brookavy. You might meet someone tonight. This is a friendly place. Hey, you might meet someone tonight. Yes, I was nervous to come here, but it's nice. Lots of different types of people. I don't feel too out of place. That's what we're aiming for. We need classier clients. Look, that's what we're aiming for. Hey, I like that. Maybe I'll meet some of Lucas's friends. I hope they don't expect someone different. Different? More like Lucas. Wealthy, smart, book smart and witty. I'm not the guy you bring out for the after dinner chat about literature and philosophy and that kind of thing. You could be. Do you even want to be? I mean, you could be. I suppose the crow is safe at night, but treads lightly in the snow. Huh? It's a Scotian saying. The crow is black, you see. In the snow, it's too easy to spot. But at night, the crow flies with confidence, because the night is safe for the crow. I guess it means we all have our own comfort zones, but if we don't leave, sometimes we won't make many new friends. What a place. Not sure where to start. Okay. What's your job? Metalwork. I don't think you'd be interested. It's not too complicated. I'm interested. We can talk. Look, I'm interested. I rivet the frames of the outside flanges to fit the strainers inside pressure vessels for steam tanks that are reinforced for high yield fabrication. See? Interesting. Okay, not as interesting. See? Interesting. If you say so, you're an odd sort. I don't mean that in a bad way. Back in Scotia, I worked on brigantines, or you might call them schooners. Sailing boats, right. I'm not sure I'd call them anything. Like sailing boats. Bloody huge things. Oh, damn. Sorry about the language, pal. Is that allowed in here? Oh, it's fine. I worked in Scotia on these big schooners, but they were solid things. Not like the matchwood they use in Tessara. You know a lot about ships. Yes, Scotian brigantines have 3 masts, and back home they built them with steam cores, and they had an electrolyzer induction system. The sails were mostly for show or military maneuvers. It's in my blood, you see. I come from a shipbuilding family. 3 brothers and my father. Hells, even my mother worked on ships, training the dampers how to use signal flags. In Scotia? Yes, what a country. Whiskey and rain run in my veins, because that's the only 2 liquids that flow in Scotia. I hate it, and I miss it. You have to go away to come home, you know? Why did you leave shipbuilding? Why did you leave Scotia? My brothers and my mother, needed money. There's no work back in Scotia, so I came here. Tessarian coin goes a long way back home. Will you go back? Maybe. Probably not. Sometimes you change so much you don't fit back where you came from. Like a jigsaw piece that got too beat up. Your family must miss you. And it's mutual. I just worry that when I get back, my brothers will think I've changed too much, and I'll feel like they haven't changed at all, and none of us will fit anymore. Maybe here can become home. And they're still your family. They're still your family. Maybe. Maybe you're right. What a place. Not sure where to start. Okay, so we'll ask him. I don't really have anything to ask him. Maybe he knows about plants. I don't know. What a horrible poison. Goes to show that much as we like to feel in control, nature has endless ways of causing us harm if we're not careful. Better hit the tracks. I need a solid 8 hours before shift. Hello. Evening. Okay. Let's try this one. Because we need him, because I think we need to get him drunk to ask him that one question. Interesting flavor. Change is good sometimes. Okay, how are you and Bjorn getting on? Really well, I think. I was surprised when he didn't brush me off. How did you meet? At Libraria upstairs. I don't think he is a big reader, but he was browsing a book about birds. I just introduced myself. I was nervous, and normally I'm so relaxed in social situations. It wasn't easy to talk for either of us, but I feel like that was a good thing. I think he was nervous. I certainly was. But to me, at least, it seemed we both wanted the conversation to go on, even if it was stilted. And over time, that talking has become easier. But still, I don't know how to explain it, but we talk and laugh, and he feels so close. Then a wall comes down between us, and I can't reach him. I'm thinking hard about what I do or say that makes it happen. Maybe it's not you. What are you doing when he shuts down? What are you doing when he shuts down? I don't know. It seems to happen so suddenly. We're enjoying each other's company, and then it's like he's still looking at me, but he is gone. His eyes are distant again. Why is he keeping me at arm's length? I don't know you well, but you seem like a straightforward and honest sort, so tell me this. How do you know the difference between a friendship and something like love? By communicating, you ask, being bold, you show love to get love, paying attention, look for the signs. Look, you communicate, you ask. It's really that simple, is it? What if I ask and he says no? You find someone else. Then you find someone else. You make it sound so simple and romanceless. But maybe that's how it has to be. Thank you. I'll think about it. Thank you for listening to this lovesick fool. It has helped. Besides Bjorn, do you know anyone else here? Except for Vincent, not really. But I'm happy to mingle. I've already done a lap of the room and the conversation has been distant. I make friends easily. For example, I was having an interesting chat with Detective Mertens about model trains. He's a friendly chap. Model trains? You go? I mean, we do know that he likes model trains. And I want to be able to ask both of these. I guess we could go back and do it again, but model trains? Yes, indeed. He's a little odd, but if you hit on his subject of interest, he gets very animated. I enjoy talking to anyone who's passionate about a subject, no matter what the subject is. What are you passionate about? Guess. Animals wearing tiny human clothes, model trains, I think it's coffee. Good guess. You're a sharp one. I mean, because he talked about coffee like forever when we first met him. I'm very fond of a strong espresso, though a cappuccino has its place too. But you only drink those in the morning. I learned that when I visited Vet Julia in my teens. You're a coffee enthusiast? You have a better name than, we have a better name than coffee enthusiast. Java junkie, caffeine addict, mocha maniac. Like that one. What? No, I'm a brewmaster. Any tips? Many. Too many. But if I was to suggest a top 3, yes. Grinding first. Only grind right before brewing. Too early with the grind and your coffee will be stale. Next is tamping. That's when you push the coffee down in the basket. You must tamp, but lightly and without pressure. Don't compact the coffee or the water won't flow through evenly and will channel. And third, don't shock your hot coffee with a cold cup. You can get every step correct and ruin a good coffee pour at the very end with a cold cup. I've actually heard all those. Thanks for the tips. Anytime. I'm opening a bag of Janian brown dark roast beans soon. Next time I brew some, I'll let you try it. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, like I said, I think he's like, Bjorn. I don't think he has anything. But we'll go ahead and ask some stuff. Sorry, I'm not sure why you're asking me about this. Dude, I don't know either. Look, do you know anything about Elena? I heard about it. Goodness, what a nightmare. My thoughts go out to her family and friends. Okay, so nothing there. Good to see you, dear. I hope the day has treated you kindly. Always a pleasure, Elena. Bars are a great place for deep thoughts, and I always think best with a glass in my hand. Okay, what sort of drinks do you like, Elena? Would simply fruity favors be enough to work with? Definitely. Okay, so we need to get her... Let's do the one night stand. Because this gets us 6, and if we need her slightly inebriated, we can do it with that. Usually. Passable. I can drink this. But we do have a lot of things to ask her. But it looks like it doesn't get counted against us like Hugo. Okay, so why did you decide to come out of retirement? The poison girl, Elena, she was a bit of an outsider. Something about her death felt familiar. And that feeling, it's a scab I have to pick at. It reminds you of another case? Yes and no. It reminds me of a way I used to be. It reminds me of the old Elena who didn't back down from challenges and wasn't afraid to follow her instincts and see where they led. What happened to you? Defeat humbled me. Defeat by whom? I had not expected to be talking about this with you or anyone. Perhaps when we know each other better, I'll say more. Okay, so we have to have the affection up higher for that. What do you think of Detective Mertens? What do I think of him? Yes. Well, he didn't get to his current position without displaying some ability. He's no fool. But his strongest trait is not his intuition or deduction, it's his ambition. And it has led him into foreign lands, literally. Is he in trouble? I don't trust him. Is he in trouble? He's out of his depth. He might already be unraveling. We should make use of him while we can. How do we use him? You're either smart enough to work your way around Detective Mertens or you're not. But if you need a little advice, leave some openings that he can explore. Don't give him conclusions. Point him in directions. He can put 2 and 2 together. For anything more complicated, that's where you might have to draw him a picture. Perhaps I'm too hard on him. He has potential to be a good detective. Or perhaps he had potential. He's lost, dwelling on his own shortcomings. Maybe you can help him rediscover his spark, or at least keep him company while he plays with his toy trains. Wow. Okay, what's it like being a private investigator? It's like being in one of those glamorous mystery novels that women of a certain age love so much, but without the glamour of mystery. How so? In real crimes, the victim is seldom beautiful and the culprit is almost always the husband. Crime is, most often, horribly mundane. Men are fragile, and when their egos are cracked, they commit violence on women. Not always, really. I mean, not always. I think that's a little cynical point of view. Well, that's just the murders and assaults, and in truth, I'd step away from those. Don't have the stomach for it anymore. Even before I retired for 20-odd years, I was doing the more proasic investigations? I don't know what that word is. Like, the unusual. Missing persons, inheritance squabbles, insurance fraud, corporate espionage, and the odd heist. Heist sounds exciting. Don't you miss the bigger cases? Heist sounds exciting. Sometimes, yes. You heard of the Con Yunuan diamond robbery. It wasn't misplaced during cleaning. In the Gallery of Colonial Treasures, it really was stolen, and I found it. Wow. Anyway, I can't get this Dragos girl out of my head. Something about the way she died. I need to unravel this mystery, even if it means stepping back into a world I thought I'd left behind. Besides, I can't stand that the police are trying to incriminate my friend. She cared a lot for the girl. I hope that by seeing this case solved, poor Miss Bay can find some concept of peace again in her life. Do you have family living in Berkeby? Normally, yes. But right now my husband is traveling. He'll visit the twins eventually, who now both live in the colonies. But his last postcard was from, let me think, Albion, I believe? You didn't want to travel with them? Do you miss them? What? You didn't want to travel with him? No, I'm quite fond of him, but I do enjoy some time to myself. What do you do with your time? Other than come out of retirement to moonlight on police investigations? I'm terribly fascinated by these new radio stations. What do you do with your free time? I'd like to learn how to juggle. All I do is seem to work. I want to find love. I need to pay off debt somehow. I'm going to go with I want to find love. Well, I can't help you with that, but I'm happy you feel you can confide in me. I look forward to solving the mystery of the young woman's death together. I mean, but we do need to pay off her debt too, but maybe we can get a rich man. What do you think about speakeasies? Find places that serve the thirsty citizens of Berkeby in their hour of need. Those who run such establishment put their liberty on the line for a splash of bourbon. Illegal, though. That doesn't concern me overly. But you work for the police. I worked for them. I'm not married to the police. I don't need to pretend I agree with them. Indeed, the Berkevie Constabulary comes to me for my contrarian nature. Contrarian? I found that the ruder I am to the officers in the downtown metropole precinct, the more they like me. When I was a young detective, they couldn't keep up with me, but they didn't listen to me or respect me either. Now I talk to them as you would a stupid child, or perhaps a very clever dog, and the boys at the station listen. Let this be a lesson to you, bartender. What's the lesson? What's the lesson? When you treat people like they have to earn your respect, they give you theirs for free. It's important advice for the people who often find they're the smartest in the room, but not necessarily the most charismatic. Is that you? No, I'm very charming. You're very shrewd. Well, I don't take advice from strangers till they've earned my trust. Like, you're shrewd. Yes. Oh, that was a bad thing? I didn't think that was a bad thing, but okay. That's fine. What do you think of the Berkevie Police Force? What do I think about them? They've got a storied history. If you look back at their formation over the years, you can see why they are how they are. Tell me about their history. Skip the history. Tell me about their history. The Berkevie Constabulary, to use the proper title, is a successor to the defunct Berkevie Imperial Order Regiment. You see, the old Bureau was militarized, and with Berkevie's history of uprisings and coups, the reigning aristocracy was mainly focused on keeping order in the streets. The old saying goes, Tassarian politicians wear loose collars because they know the noose is always waiting. Wait, are you still listening, or is this too much for the short attention span of your generation? Still listening? Yeah, I lost interest. I'm still listening. Well, it all changed when the military staged a coup against our old aspiring emperor, Leopold the Bold. The old fool angered the generals and they turned on him. It's not exactly what the history books say. It is, if you read them properly, and consider who wrote them. Anyway, this bickering between the Imperial Guard, the Bureau, and the actual army started to worry the real power brokers in Tassaria, the landed gentry. And a lot of soldiers found they no longer had homes in the winter. Financial levers were pulled and the constabularies were founded, primarily of ex-soldiers employed to evict those who couldn't make rent. I don't get it. It was all a scheme. The new constabularies were paid 3 times what the Bureau received, and recruitment drives were aggressive. Soon we had a demilitarized nation with a swollen police force. Of course, it didn't last. Once Leopold was exiled and the riots, protests, and skirmishes subsided, the constabularies were slashed to the bare minimum, and we left with the understaffed, overly aggressive PD you see in Berkevie. We have more empty police precincts in Tessara than tea houses and Huexia. But not to worry. They make lovely bird sanctuaries in the long, cold winter. So that's why they're not great. Their primary motivation is the protection of the property and to stabilize commerce, so the Berkevie economy chugs along like a steam locomotive. They tackle street-level crime with the same ethos as the established gangs that rule the Berkevie Undercity. And that ethos is, you can't catch every lawbreaker, so when you catch one, make the poor bastard suffer. Then you just hope your overreaction frightens the rest enough that they commit their crimes a little more discreetly. What do you think about that? As it should be, people shouldn't be afraid of the police. I mean, you shouldn't be. I know there's bad seeds in every bunch, so... Let's say, what do you think about that? Why is that a bad thing to ask? You should think hard enough to form your own opinion and find the courage to share it. Okay. Maybe I could ask you some questions. How about we switch things up a bit and I ask you some questions? I feel like you're doing a lot of interrogation and maybe we turn the tables for a minute. Treat it like a lesson, darling. I've been getting information out of suspects all my life. Let me show you how it's done. All right. Do you think you're up to the task of tracking down a killer? I'll try. Look, she wants straightforwardness, so I can do it. Confident. Interesting. Let me give you some guidance. When you're trying to get a read on someone, there's only one question you need to hold in your head. And that is, what does this person want me to feel about them? That's it. That's it. We all wear a mask when speaking with others, and the mask is built to show something. Be on the lookout for what people are trying to show you. It won't be hard to spot. Now, what kind of investigator do you want to be? Do you want to serve your community or save yourself? I want to help people. I need to save the speakeasy. I'm trying to do both. I want to save myself. I mean, I'm kind of trying to do both. So you lack focus, noted. What, that seems harsh to you? Well, that's rather the point, darling. Getting a read on someone isn't about a flattering idea of their nature. It's about the unflattering truth. Now, are you a sociable sort, or do you prefer your own company? I enjoy time to myself. I'm pretty sociable. I'm pretty sociable. You'd have to be to do this job. I wonder if that is a front for your true nature. Last question. Are you in love with anyone who doesn't know it? Huh? It's not a long or complex question, darling, and I don't care who it is. I'm just wondering if your heart is pining right now. I'm in love with someone right now. I'm not in love with anyone. I don't have it. I'm in love with someone right now. It's wonderful and terrible, isn't it? Good for you. You never feel more alive than when your heart is breaking. That's all my questions for now. What was the point of this? 3 things. To practice, to educate, and to form an opinion on you. And I am rusty, but my instincts remain. You'll have learned a little something if you were listening, and I have decided what I think of you. But you're not boring. That's enough for me, for now. I have no idea what just happened. Okay, so let's run our clues by her. Yes, a truly dreadful way to go. Considering Elena's age and general good health, I can't imagine this being anything but foul play. But what could have brought on these particular symptoms? You'll need to find out more about the cause of death if you want to narrow down your list of suspects. I see. The plot thickens. It seems Brookavy Police still has its uses. They've done well unearthing this piece of information for us. I imagine Detective Mertens believes our mystery blackmailer could be the killer, Definitely a solid lead. We'll need to find out what Elena's secret is if we'll narrow down a list of suspects. Her close friends might be able to tell us. It certainly sounds in character for young Mr. Duran to show up late, doesn't it? If we're lucky, the time of his arrival might just cross him off our list of suspects. Try to find a way to narrow down our time frames. When exactly could Elena's death have been set in motion? Well, it had to be beforehand because all those poisons had to be in your system for a while. I'd have thought a girl like Elena was wise enough to steer clear of such things, and certainly too wise to take them in excess. It's true that medications like this can do some serious damage to one's health over time, but I somehow doubt it's that simple. Her friends knowing her secret, though? Now that part is interesting. Miss Bay may have saved lives, but of course Detective Mertens is quick to point the finger at her for it. Still, let's do her due diligence and at least ask her where she learned about charcoal's medicinal properties. So the blackmailer resorted to murder. Our culprit must have been someone with a lot on the line and a serious need for money. Try to gain the trust of the suspects involved and see if the shoe fits for any of them. I'm not surprised to hear Dr. Duran runs a tight ship. Her son certainly seems to have a penchant for trouble. Still, I speak from experience when I say young men his age don't take well to parental control. I doubt he moved back home willingly. Try to find out what happened there. It might be relevant. Feng Bei knew these girls well. If she believes they may have had some bad blood there, I believe her. We'll need to find out what the quarrel could have been about. One of their friends might be able to tell us more. I'm not surprised. Miss Bay is a wise and well-traveled woman. Let's put the idea of her being some killer to bed already, shall we? She's been hassled enough by her detectives. Must we go digging in her past, too? It's possible they fought over Elena's use of medication. The timeline certainly adds up. But for to have ended their friendship entirely, I'd imagine there's a little more to this we have yet to piece together. Elena made the right call, if you ask me. They were hardly in the same league, and being blonde and charming can only excuse so much ineptitude. Perhaps you could find out more about how Killian was affected by the breakup. It wouldn't be the first to it wouldn't be the first to turn very sour indeed. You play the social game well, bartender. Nice work getting her to open up. Grief like this is not what I would expect from a murderer, but tears alone are no defense. You'll need some confirmation that her feelings are genuine for someone who knows her well. I'm not sure I would consider Miss Brooker the best judge of character, but if a shift in Maria's attitude was clear even to her, there might be something here. Try to find out what could have soured her like that. Interesting. Mr. Florer could stand to hold the privacy of his customers in higher regard, but in this case it has brought us a valuable piece of information. This doesn't look good for Miss Popa. What a painful affair. A betrayal this personal could certainly be motivation for murder. I imagine Miss Dragos had her reasons for what she did, although I doubt we'll ever find out what they were. Rejection clipped his wings, did it? I can certainly imagine him holding a grudge over that, even if he only has his own complacency to blame. Let's see if this fits the rest of our puzzle. You believe Mr. Duran could be our blackmailer. It's certainly a credible theory. He may have grown a little too comfortable getting to share Elena's wealth. I can only imagine how he handled her payments drying up. Taking a relaxing vacation in the middle of an ongoing murder investigation might come across a bit callous, but I suppose it is her right. The fact she told you about it is probably a good sign. Not that I imagine Miss Brooker has any intent to slip away. I don't know. It seems a little sus. They usually tell you not to leave. I suppose I'm impressed. To learn about Fang's past without her consent is no simple task. But you seem determined to dig up her secrets. Don't go putting any wild thoughts in your head, bartender. This means nothing. I think you're biased. Fascinating. All of Elena's symptoms match those of Lexinbane poisoning. That's a plant native only to Tassara. Our nation's history is littered with stories and rumors about Lexinbane poisoning. It's a useful medicine, but a potent toxin. As with all things, it's the dosage that makes the difference, and that can be hard to measure if you're not familiar with the plant and the process. You'd be shocked if you didn't find a small stash of the stuff in the office of any doctor on Brookavie Boulevard. How do you know all this? I paid attention in history class when I was in school, and I paid attention when I went for dinner with Dr. Duran and her son Killian. Fascinating. Oh. So his mother has it. I suppose if I was to trust anyone's judgment on jewelry, it would certainly be Olivia Carmine's. How peculiar. You'd think someone from such wealth wouldn't be caught dead wearing mere rhinestones, let alone passing them off as an heirloom. Still, I suppose being tacky is not a crime. I don't know what poor Agatha Duran did to be cursed with such a fool of a son. Perhaps his father dropped him on his head as a child. If he does turn out to be our culprit, at least you can be certain her punishment will be more severe than that of any judge. Okay, so we've asked. We've gone over everything. Yes, so now we have evidence for him. We don't have a defense yet. I love how he sticks to not letting us give him a drink. We can't boost our affection with him if he's not going to drink, which kind of sucks. A long-suffering victim of foul play, ending their rivalry with a final checkmate. It's a solid theory. Still, would Miss Popa have been capable of such cold, calculated act? Let's try to find out how she really felt about Elena. Having to move back home with your tail between your legs, a humiliating affair for any young man, I would imagine. Still, it doesn't seem to have motivated him to find work. Is he really just that lazy, or was he getting money some other way? Oh, well, I mean, maybe she was playing the blackmailer. Elena granted him a rope, but Killian saw only a ladder. It's certainly a credible theory. I'm not sure how this is relevant to our investigation. Do you think Miss Brooker might try to skip town? I think she'll be back. Maybe? I mean, I would hope she'd come back because, like, she wouldn't tell us where she was going, but I don't know, maybe? Alright. Let's just keep it in the back of our mind for now. don't think she'd tell us where she was going if she was going to skip, but I see. So Elena wasn't the first poisoning Feng Bei has been implicated in. Even if she wasn't linked to the crime at the time, the fact it happened again gives me pause. See if this lines up with anything we've already learned about Miss Bei. Excellent work, bartender. You're more resourceful than I gave you credit for. Good, good. So this is our poison then. Not the kind of plant you could get your hands on in a city like Brookavy unless you're exceptionally well connected. Or a medical professional. Our poisoner must have gone out of their way to obtain it. Finding out who had access to Luxbane should lead us to our culprit. See if any of the witnesses can give us a timeline of events, too. If Luxbane needs 4 hours to take effect, that means Elena must have been poisoned around noon. Are you seriously spending your time on this investigation exchanging hot gossip with Miss Carmine? You must admit it's odd. Fine. I'll entertain the idea. So you believe Miss Brooker is wearing cheap, fake jewelry. What does that tell you? She doesn't have money for real jewelry? She can't tell that she doesn't have money for real jewelry. So in other words, you believe she's not all she claims to be. It's an interesting theory. If Miss Brooker is not quite as wealthy as we'd initially assumed, that means she too could be our blackmailer. But we're going to need more concrete evidence than the word of Olivia Carmine. If you find any other clues that could substantiate your theory, bring them together. I mean, it could be she's not a Brooker. She's just lied about it. Because there have been people who have done that. Like in real life, they pretend that they're an heiress or something like that, and they get in with these high people of society, and they're like, oh, I'm Duchess, something or other. And people believe it, and they spend money, and this person steals other people's money and uses that, and, it's happened before, so. All right, so your hypothesis is that Killian used Luxbane poisoning after acquiring it from his mother's pharmacy cabinet. It's a possibility. I believe so, yeah. I mean, it's a possibility. He wraps his knuckles on the bar. Are you familiar with the feeling of deja vu? Yes. Let's just say I've been here before, but I can't discuss past cases, of course. Let's keep working on this theory. I mean, it was the needle with his mom. Maybe he really was the killer in the first one. I don't know, but either way, we've asked everything that we can. That was a lot of information we had to ask. Let's see if anything new got added to this. Okay, no. Alright, so let's go ahead and end the day. Okay, so the Huaxian assassin was with the toxicology and Miss Fang's past. Fang has extensive knowledge of toxins and has been suspected in a deadly poisoning once before. She would have certainly had the know-how to kill Elena if she wanted to. Although, like I said before, I don't think she has anything to do with it. Okay, the Luxenbane with Killian's, with late entrance created Killian's innocence. Okay, so there's his defense. Killian's late arrival confirms he couldn't have poisoned Elena, as it takes 4 hours for Luxbane to take effect. Whoever poisoned Elena's tea must have done so before Killian arrived. So we've already cleared him, which that's what I figured anyway. Because there was no way he could have done it. He was late. And he more than likely wasn't with her because they had broken up. Okay, so we were able to pull out Killian's defense. He has a defense. More than likely, if it was locked up, his mother wouldn't have let him have access to it because she locked up the needle. So more than likely, she would lock up a poison as well. And there's no way in heck she would let her son get it. So I already figured it was not Killian. Okay, we're on day 6, Saturday. Peter Wagner stomps into the speakeasy. He seems distracted. He's about to sit down. He mumbles to himself, turns sharply, and heads towards the bar instead. Something bothering you, Peter? Yes, there's a nosy bartender asking too many questions. You chose to sit here. You can always drink at home instead, alone. Ain't got no booze at home, and I'm a resourceful guy, so that shows how bad this prohibition is. Don't know where Flores gets his stuff, but he gets it reliably, so I'm here. Look, I know that damn detective has you by the leash, otherwise he'd have shut this place down. If you ask him to split a donut with you, he'd give you the whole. That's why he recruited you to dig into people's private details, so he can get his next paycheck. But if he helps you out, I do have a little info for you. But if it helps you out, I do have a little info for you. Yesterday, I saw some weird occurrences and thought that lousy bartender will be interested to hear this. Wait, why am I lousy? That's just rude. The lousy bartender is listening. I guess you're just helpful like that. Like the lousy bartender is listening. Nice to see you take it on the chin with a smile. I hope I don't end up liking you. Nothing good ever happens to my friends. Are you familiar with Miss Brooker, the overdressed redhead that looks like a walking jewelry store? She's been here a few times, yes. Last I heard, she's off to visit some family. I normally don't bother too much with old money families, seeing as they rarely need a loan, but I noticed something fishy. I had to catch a train yesterday for a job outside Brookavy. Some people think debt has regional jurisdiction, and it's my job to make sure when they run their debt records faster. I thought I spotted a familiar figure at the station, and when I was looking for an empty compartment, who do I see hanging out in second class? Miss Fancy Pants herself, Wendy Brooker. What did she say? Did she see you as well? Besides the scar, I'm hard to spot in a sea of dirty proles, and she was trying very hard not to make eye contact with anyone, so she's also in second class. She already stood out like a sore thumb, but what really bothered me was the fact she didn't get off at the second to last stop. Where was the train headed? Ever been to Ruva? It's that backwater rural piss hole up north. I had to get off one stop early, but when I passed her compartment, she was still sitting there. Oh. The main exports of that region are fruit, vegetables, and statistics on poverty. Whatever business Miss Brooker had up there, it can't be anything legit. Very interesting. There I did my duty and helped you out, pal. Now be a pal back, and if I need a favor in the future, hear me out. Fair? I think about it. Interesting information he just gave us. I guess Father Lacey's never coming back. Oh, will he drop? You aren't planning on dropping this case, are you? No, Hugo. My investigation is still ongoing, as I would hope is yours. As a civilian, my investigation is none of your business, Miss Ernst. Ernest. And may I remind you that mine is the only one being conducted in any official capacity. You may do whatever you like, but considering your official methods consist of spending every evening at an illegal speakeasy while your little assistant does all the legwork, I hope you'll excuse me for raising an eyebrow. My methods are not what's being discussed here, nor will they ever be. I did my legwork, collecting all the hard evidence and testimonies I could, locating a place to gather all suspects in a room together, and buying my little assistant 2 weeks of time to interrogate them, and I will do even more legwork, making whatever material they give me actually hold up in a court of law. And I'm sure the bartender's role in this will go unmentioned in your reports after all is said and done, while you claim a new feather in your cap, Hugo remains silent, but you hear the leather of his gloves creak as his grip tightens around the edge of the table. Elena flashes the detective a knowing smile and tips her cigarette into the ashtray. I'm only teasing you, Detective Mertens. I know the last thing our bartender needs at a time like this is their name on any police records. I'm glad you agree. It's not like I'm not rewarding their efforts either. I'm sure this business I'm allowing them to run is lucrative, or else Carla's man, Wagner, wouldn't be sniffing around like a dog looking for table scraps. Oh, sure. You've got this arrangement all figured out, haven't you? You can't deny it pays dividends. They've been making some solid deductions based on material we would struggle to get out of my suspects. Everyone lets their guard down around a bartender. Under different circumstances, I'd be telling you to speak for yourself, Hugo, but I'll admit you're onto something. Despite my chiding, I do respect your out-of-the-box thinking and setting all of this up. That always was your strength, after all. What you lack in social finesse, you make up for in initiative. I just hope you're not losing sight of what you're doing all this for. Can we please get back to talking about the way you're putting both yourself and this case at risk by doing an unofficial investigation without any official backing or protections? No, dear, we cannot. Okay, Maria seems to be in a better mood. Um, yeah, 6. When am I going to learn these? Oh, God, that really went over. These drinks are too strong. If I don't go home now, I'll end up sleeping here. Bye. Oh, damn. I didn't realize that was so strong for her. That's okay. We'll get her. She seems to come in, like, a lot. Still haven't found her favorite drink. You remind me of a young me, always looking for bold new flavors to combine perfectly palatable. You think this is what killed poor Elena? Goddess, good work identifying it. You certainly are resourceful. I do wonder how someone could have gotten their hands on this here in the city. You're really leaving no stone unturned, are you? Fine. There's no point denying it. Yes, I worked at the tea house as a young waitress. Like many small businesses in the area, it was held in a chokehold by his family and the crime syndicate they ran. Violence and extortion were rife, and they squeezed the life out of my local community, terrorizing my friends and neighbors. Those who stood up to them disappeared overnight. So, what choice did we have? Were you part of this vigilante organization? For a moment, Fang simply looks at you in silence, trying to read your face. I'm merely a woman who tries to protect her loved ones, dear. If only I could have protected Elena. So what do you recommend today? So she's saying she didn't. Do you really want to talk about things like this, bartender? I don't like to gossip about something so private. Apologies. Man, we didn't get much talk with her either. This has been kind of a waste of a day because they're not going to have anything new for us either. I read about this in the paper. Grim situation. Afraid I can't help you though, pal. I didn't know the girl. Well, I didn't think you did, but... Sorry, afraid I don't know anything about that. Should you be telling me stuff like this? I mean, dude, what does it matter at this point? Dang, man, that was a useless day. No new questions. We got this. The tea house assassination at Huexia. I remember reading articles about that event during my training. To know Miss Bay was involved all along. A criminal organization called the White Tigers claimed the assassination at the time. They were targeting the wealthy elite that controlled their community. In a way, you could say the nobility here in Tassara are everything the White Tigers hate. Decadents, powerful, and deeply entrenched in the government. So maybe they were targeting old money, but that certainly doesn't describe Elena. The only one at the table who does match that description is Wendy Brooker. Her record is clean, but if Miss Bay holds the same grudges the White Tigers once did. Ooh. Could Miss Brooker have been the true target all along? Was the charcoal a failed attempt to correct an assassination gone wrong? Yes, it's certainly a working theory. We should ask. The detective stalls. Never mind. We don't need her input. Good work, bartender. Okay, so the motive would have been the real target was Wendy, but why would she get confused by that? I mean, if she works for the assassination organization, I think she'd know how to do her job very well. That rules out the ex-boyfriend then. Good work, bartender. This will allow us to focus our attention on the remaining suspects. Let me get this straight. You're saying Peter gave you this information. Peter Wagner. Do you know him? Oh, I know him all right, as does every police officer in this city. You do well to avoid the likes of him, bartender. He's nothing but a bad influence. The information he gave, however, although I normally consider anything he says highly suspect, I struggle to see what reasons he could have to lie in this situation. This is definitely worth looking into. See if you can find out why Miss Brooker was traveling that day, and why she would have visited such a rural location. Because she's not really rich. I think the theory has merit, but perhaps you can find holes in it that I'm not seeing. Okay, so I think we've asked him everything that we have. Waste of a day. I needed to get some information out of Maria, but luckily coming up on the end of the first week, so we still have the second week. Still don't know her favorite drink yet. Try this one. Possible, I think I can drink this. I don't think that's her favorite. Colorful history. You're basing your wild theories on speculation from the distant past? I will admit you've clearly put some thought into this, but you're making a very serious accusation here. And so, I see no need to hold back on sharing this information. When Fang left Huexia and entered Tasara, I was in charge of investigating her background while she applied for a residence permit. What I found was not some factually bloodthirsty assassin, fanatically bloodthirsty assassin, but a scared young woman who tried to make her home a better place. After her permit was approved, a particularly vexatious Brookavy constable would pester me to check up on her again and again. I never found any dirt. I think he held some vendetta, or maybe it was plain old bigotry. In those 10 years, she never set a foot wrong. It's easy enough for someone from Huexia to become a scapegoat for whatever the Brookavy Constabulary is cracking down on, but she never gave them an excuse to pull her up. She noticed my attention, and eventually we became friends. I regularly visited her tea house and her home. I don't need to remind you that at my age, I'm the very definition of old money. I always felt safe. If you're trying to make Fang as the one who poisoned that poor girl, I can tell you right now, you're wasting your time. Fang wouldn't bother with a young girl, and if she did, she wouldn't get caught. See, that's what I thought too. She's had plenty of chances to eliminate enemies, and she could have done so without repercussions, but she never did. The records of my investigation would provide a solid defense during any trial, and I would gladly provide them. I see. Yeah, so that gives her a defense, so it's not her. Which, I didn't think it was her. I didn't think it was him. I'm still leaning towards it was Maria, and it was an accident. Interesting. In this line of work, you can often bet good money on the ex-boyfriend being the culprit. I'm not too surprised, though. This kind of crime would have taken a level of premeditation that seems a little beyond Mr. Duran, bless his heart. Excellent work, bartender. That's a suspect crossed off the list. Miss Brooker on a train to Ruvia. Now that's unexpected. I would take any information Mr. Wagner provides with a grain of salt, but I also can't imagine what he'd stand to gain from lying about this. I wonder what she was traveling all the way out there for. Another one of Detective Merton's delightful theories, is it? Don't expect me to agree on this kind of hogwash. It's pure speculation. Even though I know that it's not the lady, I'm still going to bring it up. I'm still standing by my word, you know. The past is dead and buried. Consider Fang Bei off your list of suspects. Okay, so let's bring Hugo back up since she gave us that. Shame. The article was an interesting find, but this does clear Miss Bay of our suspicions. Whatever my feelings on Miss Ernest may be, I won't deny she was a thorough investigator in her prime. We can trust her in due diligence. Okay, so we're gonna end the day. Although we didn't get any new clues, but we did mark somebody off the list, so that at least we were able to do that. Although we do have the one from Peter, but we can check this with our other stuff and see. There we go. Fresh harvest would be the motive. That could be the trip to the farm. Wendy recently visited Ralva, an impoverished rural area outside of Brookavy. The stack mentioned that Luxembourg grows in the areas just like this. If Wendy has traveled here before, it could be where she got the poison that killed Elena. Okay, an impoverished relation, so trip to the farm and visiting family. Wendy was seen traveling second class to the poor area of Ravia after mentioning she was visiting her family. Could it be that the Brooker family is not as wealthy as she claims? Okay, so impoverished relatives and rhinestone heirlooms created keeping up appearances. Could it be Wendy is not who she says she is? Her fancy jewelry's fake, and her supposed old money family appear to be living in an impoverished part of the country. Is she really an heiress? Okay, I think that's all we're going to get from it right now. We did get a couple clues out of that. So let's go ahead and end the day. Okay, so we got what's her name back here? Carmine. Okay, nothing new there. Okay, so let's ask her all this stuff. Oh, bartender, I can think of other reasons why a young lady might be dishonest about her travels than being secretly poor. You'll have to substantiate that with a bit more evidence before it's broadcast worthy material. I'm not telling you this so you can show it on your show. I'll keep it. Like, I'm not telling you this so you can put it on your show. Then why tell me at all? By the goddess, I knew there was something fake about her right from the get-go. Excellent work, bartender. Now, this is the kind of shocking material one can make a radio segment about. Wendy Brooker, an imposter in our midst. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, it's just a theory. In the business of gossip, one rarely has the luxury of official confirmation. You just have to learn to trust your gut, darling. And risk slander? If you say, like, and risk slander? Goodness, are you always such a stick in the mud? Let your lips spill secrets they shouldn't. Gossip, darling. Like, I'm not going to flatter her. Like, that's slander. You can't do that to people. Going on a little safari to observe the peasantry, is she? I think more people in the city could benefit from that. It says she doesn't seem too, off by that. Seems like a lot of effort to travel all that way for a poisonous plant, but then I suppose it isn't the sort of thing you could order in the mail, is it? Pardon me, darling. As much as I love gossip, I'm not too sure I know enough about this. Okay, so we didn't get much from her. Maybe more Maria? Elena was special, all right. To be her friend, you had to get used to her feeling a little, you had to get used to feeling a little dumb all the time. A little plain and unimportant. She didn't mean to, but it's just the kind of person she was. She'd shine so bright till, it lit up the room. Me? I tan easily, but some people just get burned. Hold on, you're saying Maria could have killed Elena over chess? But it's just a game. Chess was their life, Killian. The prize money would have been substantial for Maria. Look, chess was their life. The color drains from Killian's face as he seems to come to a sudden realization. But I'm the one that told Maria about the pills. Does that mean that It wasn't your fault? What's that like? It wasn't your fault. Well, what else shall we discuss? Oh, I put him in a bad mood. That's not good. What are you asking me for? I'm not her friend. I can barely stand her. You knew her and Elena. Killian looks away from you with a sign of petulant irritation before his posture finally softens. I try so hard to even be noticed by a girl like Elena. Maria was just an obstacle. She thought I was an idiot. Still does, probably. Those girls were practically joined at the hip. They shared everything, their secrets, their dreams, their jokes, none of which I understood in the slightest. They were on a wavelength of their own, and it didn't include me. I don't know Maria enough to tell you if she's honest. Probably only Miss Bay does. But I can tell you that Elena meant everything to her, at least in the past. Thank you. Whatever, can we talk about something else now? Alright. So their fight was about the pills. Did you tell Maria about them on purpose, knowing she'd be upset? What? No, why would I do that? You didn't like her spending time with Elena. You disliked her. Look, you didn't like her spending time with Elena. Well, sure, but that feeling was mutual, I assure you. I only told Maria because, well, I was a little concerned, to be honest. I didn't think Elena would be happy if I brought it up, but she'd listen to Maria all right, or so I thought anyway. Well, what else shall we discuss? Okay, so he brought it up to her in hopes that maybe Maria could help her, look the other way. I do need to bring her up at some point, but she bought a book on poisons. Talk about an open and shut case. Can't get much clearer than that, can it? What are you waiting for? Arrest her already. I'm just a bartender. Oh, let me, hold on. We got Peter over here. I like to come to them last, in case I get any more information. Oh, we put him in a good mood. That's good. I told you, kid. I saw what I saw clear as day. You figure out what it means. Okay, so that's the one that he told us about. I told you there was something to it. Something is fishy about that broad. I can tell you that. Takes one to know one. I knew something was up with that girl. You're a proper little sleuth, aren't you? And you got there all because of me. Don't say I never did anything for you. Oh, Peter. Sounds like a lot of effort when they sell rat poison right here in Brookhaven. The store clerk could remember selling her that. It would have been easier to detect in tea. See, stuff like this is why I could never be a poisoner. Too much scheming involved. I hope that isn't your only reason. I don't think I found her favorite drink. That's a solid deduction, bartender. Good work. It's not easy to get your hands on a poison like Luxbane here in the city, so direct access like this certainly merits some suspicion. Now that would be an interesting twist. A lie about the destination of a trip is not quite enough evidence to support that theory, though. Try to see if you can find more evidence to substantiate your claim. You may just be onto something. Am I getting this right? You believe Miss Brooker might be some sort of imposter? It's a rather wild theory, but I must admit you've piqued my interest. I fear the only person who can tell us more is Wendy herself, but it won't be easy to get her to open up. Try to gain her trust. Excellent work, bartender. All it takes to confirm this theory is a bit of legwork on my part. But access to the poison isn't everything, of course. Let's focus on finding a motive. Yeah, we still need a motive for why she would have done it. It's pure speculation, of course, but it is an interesting theory. Though I have my doubts Miss Brooker could be a culprit, I'll always encourage you to follow your instincts. You'll need more evidence to back up your claims. If Miss Brooker really is less wealthy than she'd like people to believe, there may have been signs, especially to someone with a discerning eye. Fascinating. If what you're saying is true, it would certainly be of relevance to this investigation. You may be able to get the truth out of Miss Brooker, but I advise you to proceed with caution. Try to gain her trust if you can. Okay, well, in order to do that, she has to come back. Yeah, I don't think we have anything new on her, so we'll just go ahead and go to bed and start our second week. Oh, she's back. Okay, nothing new there. Just double checking. Ooh, ooh, I almost messed that one up. Okay, we did get the affection up. Don't be ridiculous. Miss Carmen is nothing but a washed-up gossip that loves to start trouble. If she told me the sky was blue, I'd step outside and check for myself. So you're saying she was mistaken? I'm saying that vapid floozy couldn't tell the difference between a diamond and a dishcloth. Okay. What? Are you seriously telling me you would trust the word of a flea-ridden mongrel like Peter Wagner? What reason would he have to lie? Maybe not. What reason would he have to lie? What reason would I have to lie? Don't be such a gullible fool. Strays like him love nothing more than to besmirch the good names of upstanding citizens like myself. They can't stand anyone having what they don't. I don't think that's it. Have you gone completely mad? You're making up conspiracy theories about us now. Look, I just gotta ask. You think I've been lying about my heritage? Wendy gives you an inquisitive look, as if she's trying to size you up. It's your word against mine, I'm afraid. I'm not sure the outlandish theories of a bartender will sway anyone. We'll see. Oh, that got her out of there. Wendy traveling to Arova? Are you pulling my leg? There's no way. She'd spontaneously combust if a single speck of mud ever touched her shoes. Well, what else shall we discuss? Huh? That doesn't sound right. Maybe the Brooker's mansion is just really remote or something. I don't understand what you're saying. That doesn't make any sense. You don't think it's possible? Of course it isn't. Look at her. She's a girl with class, with brains, not some country bumpkin. What would I know about precious stones? Perhaps the jeweler just lied to her. You can't trust anyone these days, certainly not someone trying to sell you something. That's a bizarre theory, but it's possible, I guess. Why else would someone ever want to go to a place like that? Did Wendy do traveling in the months before Elena's death? Well, yeah, about a month ago. She goes on little trips all the time, and she never invites any of us. My mother's expecting me back soon. I should get a hustle. Okay, so Wendy was traveling. Okay, I'm gonna go with the computer's been a great help. Glad to hear, bartender. Seems like my little investment paid off after all. Perhaps I'll take it for a spin myself later on. I don't know if he'd know anything about her, but I guess we could check. Rather you didn't tell me things like this, bartender. I despise gossip. Okay, so I couldn't get anything out of him. Doubt he knows anything. I don't think that was a favorite for him. Doesn't sound like the kind of information I should be privy to, should I? Well, I mean, I don't know. Sorry, I'm not sure why you're asking me about this. Because honestly, you have nothing to do with this case. And I don't think, like, we're going to get anything from him. As far as I know, the Brookers are not part of my family's rather extensive social circle. I suppose that lends some credence to what you're saying. Please don't take my word as gospel, though. Okay, so that basically got me the same answer. Good on her for staying in touch with her roots. I suppose she certainly has much to talk about. Hmm. Have yet to find her favorite drink. Let's try this one. Might be too much, but let's try it. The Napia. That went right to my head. I think I best get home. Do make sure to behave in my absence. Yeah, that was too much for her. Hey, I did you a favor there, Hugo. Yep, there's nothing new to ask, so And I can't give him a drink. So let's go ahead and end the day. I need to get talking with Wendy and Maria again. And maybe even Fang. Miss Fang. She might have something. Oh, they're sitting in different spots. Wendy looking fabulous as ever, lighting up the room as always, drunk as always, wearing that same dress as always. Olivia, dear, I heard about your radio show. I can't imagine anyone better to advise people who have made bad life choices. You have so much experience. Are we playing for blood tonight, Wendy? I'm wearing white. You're the only one who gives me any sport, Olivia. With the rest, it's like I'm a lion let loose amongst the lambs. Or a cougar. You are feisty today. I enjoy it. Do we retract the clause now, or should I bring up your history with... Let's not dance around. Dance again, darling. We're both leads, and I'm not looking for a tongue lashing. Tonight, let's share a drink and laugh. Now tell me, I saw you eyeing up Killian last night. Oh, I always keep my options open. Women like us, we need to be light on our feet. Oh, maybe that's why she did it. Oh, I haven't found Miss Bay's favorite either, but I need to be careful with the alcohol content. I don't want to do too much. Let's try this one. I don't think that was it. Well, since you knew Maria best, let's try some of these things with Maria. How much do I know about Maria? Well, certainly more than most people. She and Elena visited the tea terrace nearly every day, practicing chess, talking, laughing. In all my years, I have rarely seen a more close and intimate friendship. I would put my life on the line and testify against anyone who believes Maria has anything to do with Elena's death. It pains me to see her suffer so much on her own. All she ever needed was Elena, and now she's gone. Thank you for your insight. Oh, so we just got the defense for her, so it was Wendy. But we need a motive for Wendy. So maternal perspective was what came out of that one. Let's see, what does that say? Thanks to Elena and Maria, the way the mother would view her children, she's convinced Maria could never hurt Elena, and it pains her to see the girl's genuine suffering in the wake of her friend's death. I mean, so more than likely, she probably didn't do it. So we know it's her, but we need to get more information. What a strange theory. Is it proper of you to be digging up unsavory details about a girl's family like this? Rich or poor, they weren't at my tea house that day. She was. Miss Brooker might be a bit of a character, but the girl is processing the recent death of a near friend. This is not an appropriate time to be spreading outlandish gossip. That does sound out of character for Wendy. She's not the type to enjoy mingling with the unwashed masses, as she likes to put it. Are you sure this Mr. Wagner is credible source? Well, what would he get from lying out of it? I don't know, bartender. Are you sure Mr. Wagner's word can be trusted? If he's right, you may have a point. Rubia is a poor and rather rough place. It's not the kind of countryside where one vacations, but it's most definitely home to those kinds of plants. It was at the time. I'm off. I'm off home. Take care. Okay, so Guess we'll go with this one again. It is her favorite, and we need to bolster her up because maybe in order for her to admit anything to us, she has to be, well, like, friendly with us. Oh, here we go, about your heritage. Excellent detective work. Well, our relationship has reached a new level, I suppose. Now you know me a little better. It's true, I grew up in an impoverished region up north and struggled every day. When I moved to Brookavy, I learned how superficial everyone around me was. But I also learned how to exploit their attitudes. I see how you operate, and I see you do the same thing. We're a lot alike. I'm not like you. Look, we'll flatter her. We're a lot alike. I think so. We both always knew we wanted more than what we were born with, so why shouldn't we take more if we're smart enough? Elena once said it was best. Being rich is easy, just pay the entrance fee. That entrance fee can be as low as some convincing fake jewels, a practice enunciation, and some rudimentary sewing skills. Once you're in the club, there's plenty of chances to stay in. Wealthy people shed coin like it doesn't matter to them, and it doesn't. The truth. They think it's gauche to talk about money, so they buy you drinks, gifts, let you stay in their summer house. They'd fund a lifestyle you can only dream of, and never ask for anything in return out of politeness. I've climbed a shaky ladder, and I'm dangerously close to securing my position at the top. Business deals, which are close to completion, will soon make me a genuine lady of wealth. You must understand the appeal, bartender. I'm looking for a way out as well. I prefer living a simpler life over living a lie. Like, we'll side with her. See, I knew I could confide in you. My instincts never betray me. We are very much alike. Anyway, this will be our little secret. So hush, hush, darling. Very well. Let's get you. Okay, so I think, excuse me. I think we got her motive. She's willing to do whatever it takes, but what? Oh. To get her out of the way of Killian. But they broke up. Why would she do that? Is a social climber masquerading as an heiress, hiding her impoverished upbringing in Ravia. But still, why would she... I mean, if she was eyeing Killian, I don't know. Do you think speakeasy is helping people? Well, yes, darling, you're doing a splendid job. And I don't just say that because you're keeping my blood alcohol levels topped up. In these trying times, we do need to help one another. I know I come off as somewhat of a, how would you say it? Woman of refined taste, cold-hearted bitch. I don't know. Oh my god, I want to say this one so bad. You know what? Let's say it. Cold-hearted bitch? I'll take it. Good for you. I didn't think you had that in you. I know how people think of me, and they are not wrong. I can do nasty things with words, but my actions aren't nearly so callous. In truth, I'm a teddy bear once you get to know me. I just enjoy the back and forth, trading little jabs. So look at what I do, not what I say. You do believe me, don't you? I believe you. What action? Look, I believe you. Good. Maybe you're a better judge of character than most people in this city. Well, I sponsored Elena's chess tournaments. I paid the entry fee for her several times. I thought Elena was wealthy. That was kind of like, I thought she was wealthy. Yes, well, I could afford it. More comfortably than Elena could. Her father's behavior means her wealth is volatile, but I can afford to be a little reckless. And she was a talented girl. I wanted to encourage her. Her friends really let her down when she needed them most. Which friends? Oh, I've said too much. The point is, I was there for Elena when others, maybe those who seem less cold-hearted than me, were nowhere to be seen. And my patronage didn't end there. I helped Killian out so he could take Elena to a nice fancy restaurant back when they were still flirting. And I paid for the repairs to Fang's window when young thugs attacked her tea house. But I must ask something of you. Please don't talk about this with any of the people I mentioned. I wouldn't want them to feel awkward for accepting help. And I have a reputation to keep. Cold-hearted bitch, remember? See, but then why would she kill Elena? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I've no doubt he would. But what are you suggesting? He's probably too much of a coward to do anything illegal, or to get in business with the likes of Carla and her mangy lapdog. If only there were a way to make easy money without having to do anything. Would you please keep it down? I've worked too hard to have you shooting off at the mouth like this, bartender. I don't know what you expect me to add anyway. You're not fishing for an invite, are you? My family's very traditional, I'm afraid. They're not as open to mingling with the rabble as I am. It's far too late for a lady like me to be out alone. I'm finding a chaperone and heading home. Honestly, I think we might have what we need. So I don't think we really need to talk to anybody else. We'll just give everybody their drinks. I mean, Maria might have something, but I honestly kind of doubt it. My. So the crafty little rodent admits it, does she? The sheer audacity of it all is almost admirable. If only it hadn't been so offensive that that is what she believes an old money heiress would act like. It fooled you, didn't it? You're telling me I tolerated months of that woman's condensation and it was a whole lie? She's a monster? That's insane. Even if you held me at gunpoint right now, I'd be hard pressed to come up with a more typical example of a spoiled old money heiress than Wendy Brooker. Then again, maybe she is a bit too typical. It'd certainly be rich after her constant boasting about the splendors of her family home, but I'm not sure I'm convinced by what you're getting at. Some old money families do own farmland, you know. Has she ever mentioned her family owning farmland? Well, no, not at all, actually. You think she was bringing back poisonous plants from her vacation? It sounds far-fetched, but I guess she has been behaving rather suspiciously. From what I remember from her boasting, I think she took another one of her trips not too long ago, too. Are you sure? Wendy only put up with me for Elena's sake. I can't imagine her willingly subjecting herself to the presence of the Porals. The person that told me had no reason to lie. Interesting. Perhaps she just went to yell at poor people to let off steam. I mean, that's pretty possible, too. I suppose a less privileged upbringing should not bar a clever young woman from partaking in high society, but I detest these kinds of lies and manipulations. The status that comes with old money is not some costume. Hmm. Under normal circumstances, I remind you that there are other reasons why someone might seek to visit the outdoors. Fresh air and greenery are in short supply here in Brookavy, after all. But I suppose this is Miss Brooker we're talking about. You may be onto something. Okay, so I think we have the very last clue. I think we have everything. Dang man, we still haven't found our favorite drink. Let's try this one. Being a suspect herself, it seems to me Feng Bei would have little reason to lie on Miss Popa's behalf. I think we can trust her judgment. Bravo, bartender. That's an excellent piece of detective work. So Miss Brooker has been playing us all. On some level, I can't but applaud her moxie. But you do raise a valid question. One can't simply fake their way into paying one's bills. So what is her source of income? Well, the motive that we had was blackmail, so maybe that's how she does it. She finds things out about people and blackmails them. She found out about the pills from Killian and did it that way, but why kill her? Unless it was she figured out who she was. I don't know. But it has to be that. Considering Miss by herself as a suspect, she would have had much to gain from incriminating Maria, lending credence to her defense. I would say this closes the book on Miss Popa for now. One suspect less to worry about. This certainly paints Miss Brooker in a whole different light than when I started this case. Good work. I wonder where she got the funds to keep this facade going all this time. See what you can piece together. Okay, so I think we need to go combine that last clue we have, so we'll go ahead and end the day, with one that we already have. I don't think these have anything to do with it. There we go, the motive. Wolves in sheep clothing with the truth and blackmail. Wendy needs money to fund her lavish lifestyle while masquerading as an old money heiress if she wants to climb the social ladder. Blackmailing Elena would have ensured her a source of income. So there we go, the motive. Blackmail. And she wouldn't have a defense because she's the one that did it. So let's pet the cat and go to sleep and let Hugo know. Maybe give everybody here a drink. Oh, she's not here. In case we get to keep the affection with everybody, let's go ahead and serve everyone. Blackmail's easy work if you know what you're doing. Makes sense for a sly fox like her. I'm just curious what he has to say since he gave us that information. I gotta hand it to her. The girl's got a serious gumption. Any idea how she might be making money? Huh, I can name a couple. None of them above board. You're not looking for tips, are you? I suggest you stick to bartending for now. Don't waste your talents. Okay, let me look. What flavors does she like again? Fruity with citrus. Okay. Oh, there we go. Perfection. You mix drinks like a brew tea, like I brew tea with patience and care and with your heart. Goodness, it's ghastly to think Miss Brooker could have been capable of this. I thought her and Elena had become close friends, but perhaps that too was all just a lie. Oh my, Miss Brooker's aspirations are understandable. Where I'm from, many a parent hoped their daughter would someday marry up, as it were. Still, she should have taken some pride in her humble beginnings, her family, instead of treating it like a dirty secret. Okay, we put her in a good mood at least. That two-faced harpy. She pretended to be Elena's friend, while all the while she was using her, sucking her dry like a vampire. I should have been there to protect her. I should have seen through it. When I left, that let her sink her claws in. I was supposed to be her friend. I'm sorry, Maria. Wendy was blackmailing Elena. I thought they were close. I can't believe she was using her like that. Using all of us, really. What? Wendy's poor. Dear goddess, and here I was thinking I could woo her someday for a shot at marrying rich. I can't believe she managed to fool me. I find that rather easy to believe, actually. Okay, there's nobody else to give a drink to, so... And I've cleared everything with him, except for this one. I'm impressed, bartender. You're more than astute than I expected. For someone new to this, you've done some solid detective work here. I believe you're right on the mark. Miss Brooker had us all fooled. It's always a shame when someone so clever and resourceful wastes their talents on a life of crime. Let's put an end to this little charade, shall we? Yes, we shall. If you have anything for me, now's the time to share it. Okay, here's my notebook with all the findings I haven't finished. Okay, so here's my notebook. Good. Based on these findings, who are we accusing? Wendy Brooker. Wendy Brooker. Why would a wealthy woman like her need to blackmail and kill Elena Dragos? She's not wealthy. Her entire life is a lie. Well, she definitely had me fooled. If she wants to climb the social ladder, she needs a steady stream of income without having to work. That's a solid motive to blackmail Elena. How do you believe she killed Elena? Lexbane poison. Lexbane? And someone saw on her train headed to a region where it grows. That's a solid line of reasoning we can use to confront her. Miss Brooker is not the kind of person a conductor would forget. Finding evidence that she's traveled there before should be easy. Take a breath. Are you sure about this? Once I submit this report at the Judicart, things will be set in motion that cannot be undone. Let me reconsider things from the top. I'm confident in my findings. Very well. The machine will be set into motion, so to speak. I hope my faith in you has not been misplaced. See you soon, bartender. Good luck, detective. All right, we're going to end the day. Use the calendar to skip forward to the day of the deadline if you don't want to spend the remaining days serving drinks and socializing with your customers. We'll go ahead and skip. I mean, I could just serve everybody drinks, but... Hugo enters the bar right as you're about to close up. You try to read his blank expression as he approaches. Hugo looks pleased with himself, and with you too. The smile he wears seems out of place on his face. When I first walked down those stairs looking for help, I was following my gut. It seems I was right to trust my instincts. We presented every piece of your evidence to Miss Brooker. Every lie was debunked. Every attempt to feign innocence was rebuked. Eventually she broke and admitted everything. Even at the end, she showed no hint of contrition. She genuinely believed she did nothing wrong. But she did, and you proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh good, we got a lot of affection with him by solving this. Well done, bartender. Because, I mean, we couldn't give him drinks to get it. This investigation was certainly an interesting one. As thanks for your cooperation, I'll leave the nightcap out of my reports. But I think it's time I draw this little experiment to a close and return to some good old-fashioned police work. I have paperwork to do. Until we meet again, bartender. Next chapter. Spill the tea, solve the case in chapter 1, and brewing trouble. Complete chapter 1, a bitter pill. What are the achievements? So we solved it. She was guilty. Wendy Brooker, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Fresh Harvest. We finished in 10 out of 16 days. Found 33 out of 33 clues. 47 cocktails served. 193 alcohol. One night stand was the most served. Total affection earned was 327. And highest affection was Killian Duran. I'm hoping that stays intact. Okay, so a few months later... Oh, she used a real weapon. Case 2, Here's to My Love. First of Monday. She used an actual weapon. Oh, look, and Killian's here. Well, everyone, we're going to end it there. I hope you've been enjoying Best Served Cold. I'm definitely enjoying it. I'm looking forward to getting into this next case. I think there's 4 all together. I don't know if that's counting chapter 0 that we did, which is the prologue. But I'm really, really enjoying it. I hope you are as well. It's fun finding, the clues and serving the drinks and stuff like that. And it does look like our affection now stays the same now that we are a continuation of the bartender, unlike in chapter 0 where we had to start over with no affection with anybody. So I've really been enjoying this game. And like I said, I hope you are as well. So please leave me a comment down below what you thought of the most recent case. Was that your guess? That it was Wendy? Honestly, it's like I said, I thought it was Maria in the beginning. But as we started getting more and more clues, it was starting to lead towards Wendy. She was keeping things, to herself, that she really wasn't, an heiress or anything like that. And she was using people to keep her lifestyle going with blackmail. So it's very, very interesting. But, I'm looking forward to jumping into this next case with Olivia Carmine, because this is very interesting that I'm assuming it was supposed to be like a retractable sword, and it turned out it was a real one. So I'm very curious. Killian can't be involved in this one. I wonder if they'll find a way to make him a suspect. That would be kind of funny. But I hope you look forward to the next chapter. So please leave me a like, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you next time. Bye.